Chapter 51. The location of the military training was changed today. In Jiangbin High School, the Year 1 and Year 2 students shared a teaching block which could be seen as soon as they entered the school. However, the teaching block for Year 3 had to be trekked far away. Each teaching block had its own field. During the morning lesson, the 8 awakened classes were sent to the Year 3 field for training. He reckoned that the school wanted to differentiate the awakened from the ordinary students. After all, this group of awakened students said that it was military training, but it was more like basic combat training. Their leader was a coach hired from the city with a lot of money. On the other hand, the leaders of the ordinary students were actual military instructors. That made Jiang Xiao a little bewildered. Logically speaking, how could the army lack awakened? No matter what, the leader of the awakened class should be from the army, shouldn't he? In the end, Jiang Xiao was chosen by Lei Jin. With his height of 172 centimeters, he managed to advance one place. The military training assessment was about to begin. Jiang Xiao had indeed arrived a little late. The basic movements and general knowledge of the awakened that Lei Jin had taught him had already been explained. The content of the morning lesson was all about revising the combat techniques that they had learned recently. The young, strong, and energetic children were secretly competing with each other, even when they were revising the prescribed movements. Nah, Che Pai, Che. Jiang Zhao's participation only caused some commotion last night, but today, not many people came to find trouble with him. The students were all focused on training hard, and it felt like they were about to enter the battlefield. Jiang Xiao could clearly sense the distribution of the groups in the class. During the break, the class of 24 was divided into 4 groups. Apart from the team of 5 that Jiang Xiao was in, there were 2 other teams of 4 or 5 people. They seemed to be very close to each other, while the remaining group of people were obviously not ambitious. They were chatting in groups of 2s and 3s, and the atmosphere was not too solemn. How does the class select? Is there any process? Jiang Xiao asked Zhu Wen while sitting on the ground during the break. Zhu Wen was full of confidence and answered softly, "Zhu Wu and I will settle this matter. Rest assured and prepare for the battle. Don't make any big moves in the next 2 days. Fill up your star power." Fill up my star power? Am I a mobile phone? Speaking of mobile phones, Jiang Xiao finally opened a WeChat account at the request of the team. His name was the same as his Weibo account, and he named it Jiang Xiao. Be mischievous or not. The 5 of them also created a small group. Although it was a group of 5, it seemed to have become the flat-top second brother's confession board. It was full of second brother Zhu Wu's rustic words of love to the little beauty Lu Ku. Jiang Xiao felt uncomfortable. He didn't expect such a burly man to be so good at sweet-talking. Perhaps it was because they were separated by a screen, so he had completely let go of his nature. "Don't complain. Hug me. You're not from Fin City. You're my sweetheart." Jiang Xiao had just joined the group, and it had only been 1 morning session, yet Jiang Xiao had already launched 2 attacks. What Jiang Xiao found interesting was that after putting down his mobile phone, Jiang Xiao noticed that Lu Ku was talking to Lu Ku in a serious manner. It was simply too magical. Was this really the same person? After connecting their mobile phone numbers, Jiang Xiao naturally saw Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin in the list of recommended friends. He added Fisherman and Red Flame. The 2 ladies' WeChat and Weibo were the same, and they replied very quickly. "Fisherman, don't play with your mobile phone in class. Train well." Jiang Xiao was speechless. He couldn't afford to offend her. Jiang Xiao didn't dare to reply. Xia Yan's reply made Jiang Xiao stunned for a moment. "Hong Yin, who's that foreign chick?" "Hong Yin, do you like Caucasian women?" "Hong Yin, am I not beautiful enough? Or am I not leggy enough?" "Hong Yin, I've been so nice to you, but you didn't feed me anything? Don't you know how to be filial to me?" Jiang Xiaopi was dumbfounded. "Hong Yin, is it because I can't wield my sword? Or are you getting arrogant?" Jiang Xiao was speechless. Wow, this woman is impressive. Not only does she want to win Han Jiangxue over, she even wants to lay her hands on me? Little sister, are you flirting with me or dissing me? No matter what, you've picked the wrong opponent. "Elena," Jiang Xiao called out. Elena turned around, only to see Jiang Xiao waving his mobile phone at her. "What's up?" Elena walked over curiously, squatted down, and looked at Jiang Zhao's mobile phone curiously. "Help me out. A woman is dissing me." "Stand up, don't squat down." Jiang Zhao raised his mobile phone. "I thought you were going to take a picture of my face," Elena said with a look of resentment, but she still stood up. Jiang Zhao tilted his head and gently leaned against her long leg. Jiang Zhao extended his hand, and his mobile phone was almost touching the ground. He then found a high angle. Elena initially thought that it had nothing to do with her face, but when she saw Jiang Zhao's actions, she frantically smiled. "Hey, you can't do that. It's too close. I can't take the picture properly." Luke scurried over and snatched Jiang Zhao's mobile phone away. She then took a few steps back, squatted down, and stuck the mobile phone into the ground. Jiang Zhao's heart ached. After this photo, his mobile phone would probably have to be retired. "Kacha!" Elena hurriedly scurried over and couldn't help but exclaim in awe after seeing the photo. Her head happened to be blocking the sunlight, and due to the fact that she was backlit, her face was not clear. However, the hazy beauty of the photo was simply amazing, and it made her figure look golden. His proud figure was displayed incisively and vividly. This high angle of elevation made his two legs look like they were about to turn into a highway. Jiang Zhao tilted his head and leaned gently against Elena's left leg with a smile on his face. Elena smiled and tossed the mobile phone to Jiang Zhao. "Here, use it to swindle people. Evil people have to be tortured by evil people," Jiang Zhao said with a chuckle before sending the photo to Xia Yan. 30 seconds later, Xia Yan replied, "Hong Yan, I've already told your sister. Good luck," smiley emoji. This smiley emoji is more lifelike. "Huh, you even know how to snitch?" Jiang Zhao decided to go all the way and posted it on his WeChat moments. There was no point in saying anything else. He simply uploaded the photo. There was a line of text on the top of the beautiful photo. "The first day, I despised Xia Yan," smiley emoji. Being mischievous made him happy. Jiang Zhao also updated his Weibo at the same time, because being mischievous twice would make him twice as happy. After the morning session, Jiang Zhao returned to the dormitory happily and carried the bedsheets to the public bathroom. After pondering for a long time about how to insert coins into the washing machine, he went to the dormitory's Annie for help, only to be told that she would help to wash clothes too, and that it would be cheaper than the washing machine. The bedsheets and quilt covers were priced at 3 yuan each and were sold at a fair price. After thinking about it, Jiang Zhao handed 6 yuan to the Annie and ran to the cafeteria to apply for a meal card. On the way, Jiang Zhao suddenly thought of something and wondered, did the Annie deliberately break the washing machine? When he applied for the meal card, he happened to see Lu Bufan, who had topped up his card. Lu Bufan smiled with a tinge of envy. "The Zhu brothers are too fast. We were all prepared to wait and see for another day, but you guys have already formed a team this morning." Jiang Zhao nodded. He could understand what Lu Bufan and the other students were thinking. Were Medical Awakened strong? Of course they were, but in the early stages, the combat power of Medical Awakened was imaginable. Even if one had absorbed the Blessing Star technique, the output players would still have an absolute advantage in the battles in Year 1. Medical Awakened were strong because they could absorb Medical Star techniques. However, that was a matter for the future. At this stage, how could Medical Awakened have Medical Star techniques that could change the outcome of a battle or revive the dead? Lu Bufan and the other students had either already formed a team or were not as observant as the Flathead brothers. Hence, they could not tell Jiang Zhao's actual combat level. Of course, it was undeniable that Jiang Zhao had joined the team because he was certain of their abilities. Jiang Zhao was well aware of his own combat level. Be it his intuition or the level on the internal star map, he knew that his combat level had already reached the peak of brass quality. However, the Flathead brothers could still fight Jiang Zhao with ease. That was enough to prove their abilities. Now that he had good teammates, he was on the right track. After training day and night in the basement and fighting in the snowfield, Jiang Zhao felt that he would be letting himself down if he didn't achieve some results in the Year 1 League. The ambitious Jiang Zhao charged 100 yuan into his meal card and bade farewell to Lu Buffon. As soon as he walked down to the second floor, he was stopped by someone at the staircase. "Hey kid, come, take a trip with me." A tall and skinny young man grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm. At the same time, the two young men behind him also walked up and pushed Jiang Zhao down the stairs. Chapter 52. What are you guys trying to do? Jiang Zhao was a little confused as he was held by three male students. They pushed and shoved him all the way to the storeroom on the first floor of the cafeteria. Jiang Zhao was pushed so hard that he almost fell. He had to lean against the wall to stabilize himself. Shoo! The door of the storeroom was slammed shut. Jiang Zhao turned his head and looked at the three young men from head to toe. To his disappointment, all of them had black hair and none of them had yellow or green hair. The taller one seemed to be the leader. He was about 185 centimeters tall, but a little skinny like a bamboo pole. The other two were also about 175 centimeters tall. One had a crew cut and the other had a buzz cut. They looked at Jiang Zhao with a mocking gaze and sneered. Jiang Zhao blinked and thought, what's going on? Am I going to be beaten up? School bullying and violence were not uncommon, but Jiang Zhao had never experienced it in his previous life. However, that was good too. He had made up for it in this life. I see that you're quite rich. Take it out and let's share, the skinny man said sinisterly with a menacing gaze. Money? I only have about 500 yuan in my pocket. I spent more than 100 yuan on the meal card and daily necessities. I only have about 300 yuan in my pocket now. I'm talking to you. The young man with the crew cut took 2 steps forward and kicked him. Hit him directly. Jiang Zhao subconsciously dodged, and the young man with the crew cut kicked the wall. There was a muffled thud. He was rather forceful. I'm awakened. You guys. Jiang Zhao took a few steps back and stepped on the mops piled up in the corner. Huh? Awakened? Who isn't? Are you trying to act dumb? The young man with the crew cut walked over and pushed Jiang Zhao's chest forcefully, causing him to fall into the mops. The sound of the wooden mops colliding against each other was rather rhythmic. Are these young men awakened too? Jiang Zhao supported himself against the wall with one hand and grabbed the mops with the other. He staggered and tried to stand up. Guys, since you're all awakened, I reckon that you guys aren't short of money, right? Can you let me know why I'm dying? Haha, you're quite interesting. The skinny man smiled sinisterly and said, You're right. You didn't know why you got beaten up, so it's inevitable that you'll get beaten up again next time. How about this? You hand over the money first, and I'll tell you why. This is robbery. Jiang Zhao took out the red notes from his pocket cooperatively. There were more than 300 yuan in total. It's okay. I'm only 15 years old. I have the protection of Minors Act, the young man with the crew cut said as he snatched the money from Jiang Zhao's hand and reached into Jiang Zhao's pocket. Jiang Zhao said meekly, You're already more than 14 years old. You don't meet the standards of the law on the protection of minors. Moreover, there are 8 major crimes in the criminal law, and robbery is one of them. You will be sentenced as long as you are above 14 years old. Don't worry. It's only 300 renminbi. It's not enough for the amount, the crew cut man said. Huh. Jiang Zhao froze for a moment and said meekly, Brother, you're not skilled enough. Robbery is different from other crimes. There's no monetary standard and no starting point. It's a crime as long as you rob someone. Cut the F***ck the crap. The man with the buzz cut kicked Jiang Zhao's thigh. You talk too much. I'm robbing you, F***ck. Jiang Zhao did not get naughty in the end. With a crying face, he said, Brother, I'm wrong. I've already paid the money. Can you tell me the reason? The man with the buzz cut took out a meal card from Jiang Zhao's pocket and threw it at Jiang Zhao's face. Be careful next time. Don't touch someone you shouldn't touch. The skinny man chuckled and walked forward. He took the money from a man with the buzz cut and took out 3 100 yuan bills. He threw the pile of change at Jiang Zhao's face. Watch your eyes in the future. How dare you touch Elena again? You're really not afraid of death. Jiang Zhao frowned. Was this all because of Elena? He had only taken a photo during the morning class. It had only been less than an hour, and he was already here? Which big shot has taken a fancy to Elena? Jiang Zhao asked softly. I told you to stay away from her in the future. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? The man with the buzz cut kicked Jiang Zhao's thigh, causing the mop below Jiang Zhao to break. I'm thinking that I have a good memory. I know which big shot I've offended. If I see him in the future, I'll definitely avoid him, Jiang Zhao said meekly as he carefully put the change into his pocket. The skinny man squatted down and patted Jiang Zhao's face with a mocking smile. I can tell you. Remember, I'm Gao Junshin from Class 1. Got it? Gao Junshin. Jiang Zhao secretly remembered the name. However, it seemed to be very similar to another name. There was a person named Gao Junwei in the school tyrants team of Year 3. If you want to take revenge, hurry up. We'll be waiting for you at Class 1's venue. The skinny man hit Jiang Zhao's head forcefully before standing up and turning around. Okay, let's go, this coward. He still dares to take revenge? I'll give him some guts. The man with the buzz cut kicked him again. However, Jiang Zhao grabbed the kick that was aimed at his head. This is the leg. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao grabbed the youth with the buzz cut's leg with his left hand and clenched his right fist, which was covered in a rich green glow. He then punched the side of the youth's knee. Crack! The repelling effect of the green glow smashed the buzz cut into the wall along with his legs. However, before his entire body was sent flying, the side of his knee suffered a greater impact. The crisp sound of his bones made one's teeth ache. The next moment, the buzz-cut man's miserable cry rang out. Before the buzz-cut could scream, the skinny man heard a muffled sound behind him as his body slammed into the wall. The skinny man abruptly turned around and was greeted with a punch. Target, lower jaw. From the bottom to the top, it was precise, swift, and powerful. Shu, however, this time, there was no green glow on Jiang Zhao's fist at all. The skinny man's jaw suffered a heavy blow and his head went blank. He took a step back and his upper body fell backward. Jiang Zhao leaped and laid down horizontally, after which his right elbow emitted a rich green glow again. It was the most powerful last hit in history. Jiang Zhao's body landed heavily with his elbow, and together with the rich green glow, he smashed the skinny man's jaw viciously. Crack! Crack! The sound of the tiles shattering filled the air, and the skinny man fainted completely. Even his body was embedded in the broken tiles. Damn it! The crew-cut man was stunned for a moment. Everything happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, one of his companions had fainted, and the other was clutching his leg that was rolled out at an angle, crying and grimacing in pain. He was afraid that he would faint from the pain. Jiang Zhao rolled forward and frantically got up. However, this kid was much worse than the white ghouls. The attack that Jiang Zhao expected did not come, and he only heard a verbal attack. Jiang Zhao dashed forward and said, "Why aren't you attacking me while I'm lying on the ground? Why are you standing at the side and watching the show?" The youth with the crew cut stared at Jiang Zhao, who was charging at him menacingly. In a panic, he took out a switchblade from his pocket and pressed it forcefully, revealing a short knife. Jiang Zhao raised his hand, and a ray of white light fell. The youth with the crew cut could not help but shiver. What kind of star technique is this? It's so F***king comfortable. The youth with the crew cut couldn't help but moan as if he was lying in a bathtub filled with bubbles and hot water. Just as the youth with the crew cut was feeling comfortable, Jiang Zhao punched him hard in the face. "It's time to work. I'll heal you. Do you think you can heal me casually?" His fist hit the face, and the back of his head hit the wall. In a daze, the youth with the crew cut no longer knew if he was comfortable or in pain. Vaguely, the youth with the crew cut seemed to have heard a voice from heaven. I was really frightened by Zhu Wan and Zhu Wu. I thought that Class 1 was much stronger, and I spent so much time looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. I didn't expect all of you to be so useless. I've been holding it in for so long. Jiang Zhao then kicked the youth with the crew cut's buttocks and said, "Is it the Protection of Minors Act?" He kicked him and said, "Are you a minor?" Chapter 53. Big brother, big brother, stop kicking me, stop kicking me. Boo-hoo, I was wrong. The youth with the crew cut covered the back of his head with one hand and his buttocks with the other. His mind was in a mess, and there was only one thought left in his dizzy mind: beg for mercy. How old are you? Playing with a knife? Jiang Shao snatched the switchblade from a youth with the crew cut and kicked him over before riding on him. Due to the fact that he had just been hit in the face and the back of his head hitting the wall, the youth with the crew cut was indeed in a terrible state. He could vaguely see a sharp, cold blade landing on him. The youth with the crew cut frantically reached out to block it, only to be stabbed in the arm by the switchblade. The youth with the crew cut shrieked and sobered up. Is this guy for real? Is he still a student? If I don't block it, will I be killed immediately? The youth with the crew cut broke out in a cold sweat. He did not expect the harmless-looking young man to be so ruthless. He's not at the level of a high school student at all. Damn it. Jiang Shao grabbed the switchblade and pulled it out before punching the youth with the crew cut. Brother. Big brother. I was really wrong. Fight is fight, don't kill me. Why don't you continue to kick my butt? The youth with the crew cut shrieked in horror. He was indeed a fierce and aggressive person, but there was a limit to it. He would at most engage in brawls, but he had never thought of killing someone. I know what I'm doing. What are you screaming for? Jiang Shao punched the youth with the crew cut in the arm, and green glow flashed, smashing the youth with the crew cut into the ceramic tiles. The youth with the crew cut stared at Jiang Shao, who was still holding onto the switchblade, feeling extremely regretful. Why'd I take it out? Isn't this akin to shooting myself in the foot? He wanted to intimidate Jiang Shao, but he ended up meeting a tough opponent. There are 8 major crimes in the criminal law. Brother, murder is one of them. Although you're underage, you're over 14 years old. You'll be sentenced for murder too. The youth with the crew cut yelled all of a sudden. Jiang Shao almost laughed out loud. He patted the face of the youth with the cold switchblade and said, Kid, didn't you know how to do it? Didn't you learn it pretty well? Were you pretending in front of me just now? Brother, my father is a judge and my sister is a lawyer. Had I not awakened a star map a few months ago, I would have, before the youth with the crew cut could finish his sentence. Jiang Shao slashed his face forcefully. The youth with the crew cut shrieked again. The next moment, a clear and melodious bell suddenly rang. The medical light emitted a rich light and connected to the crew cut man, the man with the buzz cut, and the skinny man who had fainted. In just a few seconds, the wound on the crew cut man's arm and the wound on his face had completely healed. Okay, stop crying. Jiang Shao wiped the man's face and said, You didn't even leave a scar. The man with the crew cut stared at Jiang Shao, who was straddling him in horror, and wiped his face with one hand. There was definitely blood, but the slender wound had indeed healed, and there was no trace of scar on his smooth and tender face. Is Gao Junshin your elder brother? Does he like Irina? Jiang Shao asked. Yes, Gao Junshin is the leader of our Class 1. He has a good brother, Gao Junwei, who is a senior in Year 3 and a member of the school tyrant team. He is very powerful. The flat-top boy's expression was very interesting. He was panicking and rejoicing. Gao Junwei. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. Isn't he the member of the school team that I try to replace? Brother, can you heal me again? The youth with the crew cut asked in a trembling voice while holding his leg. Jiang Shao turned around and was almost amused. We're fighting. Be serious. Who are you asking for help from? Brother, if I knew that you were a medical awakened, I wouldn't have gone against you no matter what. I can't wait to be friends with you. You're the only medical awakened in this cohort. We still have 3 years to go and a lifetime after that. The youth with the crew cut said with a smile. His skin was thicker than the city wall. Jiang Shao asked, Can you bully me just because I'm not a medical awakened? The youth with the crew cut frantically shook his head and said, No, definitely not. Jiang Shao stood up and walked towards the youth with the buzz cut. Staring at his smirk, he kicked his leg that was bent outwards. The youth with the crew cut broke out in a cold sweat and hugged his leg while rolling on the ground. Don't bully anyone in the future. Study hard, train hard, and fight for the rise of China for the rest of your life. Jiang Shao barked. Yes, brother, I promise. I'll turn over a new leaf and be a new man. The youth with the crew cut said while trembling and wailing. Okay, don't hang out with Gao Junshin anymore. Jiang Shao threw out a bell and walked towards the skinny youth who had fainted. He then squatted down and began to dig into his pocket. Okay, The 300 yuan in the left pocket is mine. Jiang Shao thought about it and took out another 500 yuan from the skinny youth's right pocket. Brother, it's the 8 major crimes. Although the youth with the crew cut was in excruciating pain, he was not injured. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky to have met a medical awakened. Jiang Shao turned to look at the youth with the crew cut. The youth with the crew cut felt much better after being healed by Bell. He hollered angrily, "Bullsh asterisk T. Is this a robbery? This is a fine. You have to be punished for making a mistake." Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the youth with the crew cut, who hurriedly put on a smile. Jiang Shao nodded and thought, "Kid, your path is getting wider and wider." The youth with the crew cut frantically took out another 200 yuan from his pocket and said, "Brother, this is my medical fee. See if it's enough. I also have a meal card here." Relief. The door of the utility room was kicked open. A tall and slender figure walked in with a cold expression and menacing eyes. All of a sudden, the temperature in the room plummeted. Han Jiangxue looked at the messy utility room and strode towards Jiang Shao. She then looked down at Jiang Shao, who was squatting on the ground, and asked, "Are you injured?" Jiang Shao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. She didn't care about whether he was right or wrong. The first thing she asked was whether he was injured and bullied. Jiang Shao said, "I'm fine. Why are you here?" "Your class correspondent called your partner for help. I happen to be waiting for you at the gathering point," Han Jiangxue said, while looking at the youth with the crew cut who was embedded in the ground. As Han Jiangxue spoke, she glanced at the man with the crew cut who was embedded in the ground, and then at the skinny man who was embedded in the ground. Beside him, there was also a man with a buzz cut who was covering his leg and smiling apologetically. Luca's body was blocked by the 2 burly men, but Elena could see the situation in the room with her height. Luca was blocked by the 2 burly men, but Elena could see what was going on in the room because of her height. "Put the money down and go to class." "I'll handle this," Han Jiangxue said. The youth with the crew cut and the youth with the crew cut watched in astonishment as Jiang Zhao's violent aura disappeared and he became obedient again. Jiang Shao responded with an "oh" and squatted on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and put down the 300 yuan in his hand. Han Jiangxue bent down slightly and tapped Jiang Zhao's head with a finger. "Don't I know how much money you have?" Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and picked up the 300 yuan on the ground before putting down the 500 yuan in his other hand. "Is it yours?" Han Jiangxue asked softly. "Of course it's mine. They snatched it from my pocket," Jiang Shao said hurriedly while looking at the youth with the crew cut. "This kid really has a wide path ahead of him." The youth with the crew cut frantically said, "Yes, sister, we did snatch the 300 yuan. "Shut up," Han Jiangxue barked coldly without turning her head. The youth with the crew cut couldn't help but cringe while the youth with the crew cut slowly got up. The more he looked at Han Jiangxue, the more he found her familiar. She seems to be the most popular girl in the school tyrants team. As for why she was called the most popular girl, it was because she was the commander of the team. In any team, the commander would undoubtedly have a higher status than the team members. Go back to class. "I'll handle this myself," Jiang Shao said. Han Jiangxue lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao. She had gotten used to cleaning up Jiang Zhao's messes after a long period of time. Seeing how serious Jiang Shao was, Han Jiangxue finally remembered that her rascal brother seemed to have become more sensible and sensible a month ago. Jiang Shao said to the team members outside the door, "You guys go back first too. Help me apply for leave and say that my stomach isn't feeling well. I'll explain to Coach Lei Jin." Chapter 54. Jiang Shao stole a glance at Han Jiangxue until she disappeared. He then turned around to look at the buzz cut and asked, "These tiles?" "Huh?" The buzz cut was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly and said, "I'll pay for it." "Brother Medic, I'm not bragging, but we're rich." Jiang Shao said, "These mops," the buzz cut said, "Hey, look at what you're saying. This isn't a small matter. Give the school a new one." Jiang Shao said, "The injuries on your bodies, injuries?" The buzz cut scratched his head pretentiously. "What injuries? Who's injured? Isn't he just injured? He's still unconscious." Jiang Xiao picked up the 500 yuan and threw it at the skinny man's face. Oh, him. The three of us just learned some skills and wanted to find a quiet place to test our skills. I accidentally hit him a little too hard. It's okay. I'll send him to the infirmary later. It's not a big problem, the buzz cut frantically said. Okay. Jiang Xiao saw that the skinny man was squinting and observing the situation secretly. Jiang Xiao smiled and did not expose him. I'll get going then. Steady, brother medic. We'll get to know each other after a fight. I promise I won't bully others in the future and won't hang out with Gao Junshin anymore. Tomorrow, do me the honor and let's go for skewers tonight? The buzz cut asked, making Jiang Xiao rather stunned. Me? Eat skewers with you guys? Jiang Xiao asked. Of course. Haven't you heard of the famous saying of the old artist? There's nothing that can't be solved with a barbecue. The buzz cut raised a finger. Jiang Xiao asked, what if there is? After Han Jiangxue entered the classroom, Xia Yan's eyes immediately lit up and she stared at Han Jiangxue until she sat in front of her. Xia Yan asked softly, how did it go? How'd it go? What do you mean, how did it go? Han Jiangxue asked while taking out a mathematics book from her desk. Xiaopi, what did you tell him? Xia Yan asked anxiously. It turned out that Han Jiangxue had gone to the assembly point of Class 2 precisely to have a heart-to-heart talk with Jiang Xiao. Ever since she and Xia Yan witnessed the scene in the canteen, Han Jiangxue decided to teach Jiang Xiao a lesson after Xia Yan kept snitching on them. To Xia Yan's surprise, Han Jiangxue didn't seem to be very emotional. Don't get me wrong. In the past, Han Jiangxue wouldn't have too many emotional fluctuations, but if she were to teach Jiang Xiao a lesson, she would definitely show some emotions no matter how perfect she pretended to be. They should just be teammates. It's good. It's fine, Han Jiangxue said casually while staring at the writing on the blackboard. She then began to catch up on the lessons that she had just missed. Huh? Xia Yan asked in bewilderment. At the same time, Jiang Xiao also walked out of the infirmary. After repeatedly confirming that the group of children would not cause trouble for him again, Jiang Xiao reluctantly accepted the two underlings and hurriedly scurried back to the assembly point of Class 2. Through their words, Jiang Xiao could sense their yearning for a medical awakened. It seemed that being the only medical awakened in this cohort was rather popular. Jiang Xiao could also sense the power of his identity and status. The youth with the crew cut deliberately asked about Han Jiangxue's identity, and after confirming that she was the commander of the school tyrants, he became even more docile than before. Jiang Xiao broke up the small group, but he did not let his guard down. He knew that the mastermind behind it was Gao Junshin. Some grudges should be avenged in person. Some grudges could only be avenged after 2 days. After all, the league would begin in 2 days, and Jiang Xiao seemed to be able to trample on Gao Junshin. Gao Junshin and Gao Junwei. It would be even more perfect if he could get rid of all of them. No, Jiang Xiao could tolerate it for 2 days, but he had to discuss them. Jiang Xiao thought about it for a while and came up with an evil plan again. At this moment, Gao Junshin was looking at the 3 students who were going to report for duty in class, one of the elite class. He knew what they were going to do. However, when Jiang Xiao from Class 2 returned to the camp energetically while his 3 underlings still hadn't returned, Gao Junshin began to get a little worried. What's going on? Could it be that this new kid is really capable? Did he get rid of all 3 of them? Feeling perturbed, Gao Junshin finally made it to the break time. He couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and start sending text messages and making calls. However, he didn't get any response. Huh? What's going on? On the other side, the members of Class 2 had also dispersed to rest. Gao Junshin looked at Jiang Xiao silently and watched as his team surrounded him, seemingly concerned about something. Inadvertently, Gao Junshin and Jiang Xiao made eye contact. After all, they were all in the same field, and Class 1 and Class 2 were not too far away from each other. Hence, Jiang Xiao could see Gao Junshin clearly. This kid is rather handsome. His nose and eyes are his eyes. His skin was fair and clean, and he had medium-length hair. His fringe was neat and tidy, and it was like a pot lid on his head. He looked very much like a Han Korean-style boy. In the blink of an eye, He looked like a bright and handsome young man. While comforting the brothers and expressing his gratitude to them, Jiang Xiao took out his mobile phone and slowly moved towards Elena. Our Elena is really too charming. Let's report them to the teacher and that damned Lu Junxin. Lu Ku clenched her fists and stomped her feet angrily. Hey, what's there to report? I'm not going to. It's a matter between men. I've already settled it. Jiang Xiao pretended to be a boorish man and dispelled Lu Ku's thoughts. He then changed the topic and said, besides, I beat them up so badly. Actually, to be honest, I'm a little afraid that they'll report it to the teacher. Hey, you were just defending yourself. It's not much even if you beat them to death. Lu Ku was angry and annoyed, seemingly dissatisfied with Jiang Zhao's response. The internet says that the most correct way to defend oneself is to turn around and run, Elena said softly and looked at Jiang Xiao apologetically. She looked at Jiang Xiao apologetically and said, I'm sorry, classmate Jiang. I'll go talk to him after class. Zhu Wu also spoke up, seemingly trying to show off his manliness. What's there to talk about? What's there to talk about? Do you know him? Of course not. He's disgusting. Elena looked in the direction of class 1 in disgust before turning to look at Jiang Xiao. I'm really sorry, It's fine. Why don't you do me another favor? Jiang Xiao said with a smile as he moved to Elena's side. What do you want this time? Elena looked at Jiang Xiao in amusement and discovered his intentions. However, Jiang Xiao seemed to be a little shy and did not look at his mobile phone or Elena. Instead, he turned his head to the side and looked elsewhere. He was just short of whistling and rubbing the ground with his toes. Stunned for a moment, Elena asked, Are you trying to anger him? She finally realized that Jiang Xiao wasn't looking elsewhere, but at Gao Junxian from Class 1. Under Gao Junxian's pot head, his fair and clean face turned ashen. His body trembled slightly, as if he was extremely angry. You're really not afraid of causing trouble. Elena stopped smiling and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Are you sure you want to do this? He's already bullying me. What's there to be worried about? Jiang Xiao said. But I have to ask for your permission. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Zhu Wu suddenly exclaimed. Are you afraid of him? Okay, go against him. I'll do it. You don't know how to find the angle. Silly, I'm going to have a double chin if I lower my head like this. Elena snatched Jiang Zhao's mobile phone with one hand and raised it high with her right hand. She then touched Jiang Zhao's arm and said, Look at the camera. Jiang Xiao turned around and smiled at the mobile phone. Chapter 55. Let's work together as a team for the next 2 days. Don't get stopped by them again, Elena said softly while patting Jiang Xiao on the shoulder. Haha. We'll beat them up whenever they come. We'll go against him during the league in 2 days, Jiang Xiao said casually before turning around to look for Lu Bufan. He then strode towards him. Hey, fatty, thank you for helping me seek help, Jiang Xiao said. We're all classmates, don't stand on ceremony. I might as well help you seek help since I'm not good at it. Just don't blame me, Lu Bufan chuckled. You've helped me. How can I blame you? Jiang Xiao put his arm around Lu Bufan's shoulder and said, Hey, Gao Junxian from Class 1. Do you have his WeChat? Not really, but there's a large group chat for our cohort. You'll be able to find it there. Lu Bufan looked at Jiang Zhao's confused expression and smacked his head before saying, Oh, you came later. I'll add you into the group. The two of them then added each other on WeChat, and Jiang Xiao was also added into the large group of nearly 200 people. After searching for a long time, Jiang Xiao finally found Gao Junxian from Class 1 in the group. Jiang Xiao chose to add him as a friend and waved his mobile phone at Gao Junxian. Gao Junxian gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Xiao. He picked up his mobile phone and felt it vibrating. He opened WeChat and chose to add him as a friend. Gao Junxian initially thought that Jiang Xiao was going to threaten him, but to his surprise, Jiang Xiao didn't say anything at all. Gao Junxian was really confused. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Xiao from afar, only to realize that Jiang Xiao had already put away his mobile phone and was discussing something with his team members. What's going on? You're ignoring me after adding me? What's going on? Gao Junxian felt that something was amiss. Damn it. He's trying to be mysterious. Gao Junshin put away his mobile phone and waited anxiously for his three underlings to respond. In the end, they didn't return to the team for the entire morning. When it was almost time for lunch break, Gao Junshin felt that something was amiss. He picked up his mobile phone again and looked at WeChat. The person named Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not, still didn't send him any messages. Lu Junshun clicked on Jiang Zhao's profile picture in bewilderment, only to see that the photo in his personal album once again infuriated him. Gao Junshun clicked on his personal space and found that there were only two updates. One was a photo of Jiang Xiao sitting on the ground and leaning against Irina's long and perfect legs during the morning lesson a few hours ago. The figure beside him was simply too perfect. Furthermore, because the girl's head was blocking the sunlight, her face appeared blurry and was filled with a dreamy feeling. The alluring curves of her body were smeared with a layer of golden light. Once again, Gao Junshun was unable to extricate himself from it. As for the latest status, it seemed to have been released a few hours ago. Did Jiang Xiao post it after he returned to the team? Did he add me just to show me his photo? This time, the photo was even clearer, and it was from a bird's eye view. Elena held on her mobile phone and smiled sweetly with Jiang Xiao. The caption on the top of the photo almost made Gao Junshun spit blood. The years are peaceful. Peace and quiet. Quiet your ass. Gao Junshun threw his mobile phone onto the ground in exasperation. It was a pity for the fruit phone, but it was just as well. Gao Junshun's actions gave the people around him a great shock. He strode towards Class 2 and even chose to ignore the coach's reprimand. The students of Class 2 gathered in a circle, and Lei Jin was guiding two students in combat techniques when he heard a roar from afar. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not? The students turned around one after another, only to see a handsome boy with a bowl cut walking towards them angrily. This kid's nose is almost crooked from anger. Ha! Zhu Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Elena tugged at the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt worriedly and whispered, "Let the coach settle it." To her surprise, Jiang Xiao responded loudly, "Is that a question?" Gao Junshun was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "If it's a question, my answer is a little." Lu Ku covered her mouth with her hand, and her face was flushed red. It was a tough task to hold back her laughter. Zhu Wu, on the other hand, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Elena, who was a little worried, couldn't help but laugh. "Student, we're in the middle of a lesson. Please don't disturb us," Lei Jin said with a frown. "Kid, where are my buddies? Where did they go?" Gao Junshun barked angrily, ignoring Lei Jin's words. "They know that you loaf around and bully others every day, so they don't want to be friends with you anymore. I persuaded them to stay away from you," Jiang Xiao said with a chuckle. "By the way, I like girls. Don't pester me anymore." Gao Junshun was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, there was a huge uproar in Class 1 and Class 2. "Damn it, you're bullsh asterisk ting." Gao Junshun really couldn't hold it in any longer. He gritted his teeth and dashed towards Jiang Xiao maniacally. Along the way, he was subdued by Lei Jin with a simple grappling motion. The students gasped in amazement. "This is a little too casual, isn't it? Isn't my coach rather impressive?" Lei Jin looked at the coach of Class 1 and asked, "What's going on? I don't know what's wrong with him. Leave it to me." The coach of Class 1 was also a burly man. He grabbed Gao Junshun from Lei Jin's hands and covered his hands with star power. He pinned Gao Junshun down so tightly that he couldn't resist at all. "Just you wait, and F asterisk king die. Just you wait." Gao Junshun's face was so red that it was about to bleed. Jiang Xiao waved his hand at Gao Junshun and said, "You'll come back, right?" "Ha, ha." This time, Class 2 was completely in an uproar. "You shut up too. Stand properly." Lei Jin turned to look at Jiang Xiao and barked sternly. Jiang Xiao hurriedly shut up and stood properly. The students watched happily, but Elena was a little worried. After all, she was the cause of the incident. She reached out and tugged at the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt. "It's not good to cause such a huge commotion, right?" Jiang Xiao said. "When he got someone to block me in the utility room with a knife, there was already nothing to worry about." Hmm. Elena pondered for a moment and said, "That's true. I'm sorry, Jiang Xiaopi." Elena couldn't help but apologize again. In fact, she blamed herself and felt that she was still too young and inexperienced. She felt that some of her thoughts were inappropriate. If only she hadn't been instigated, she wouldn't have taken pictures with Jiang Xiao. Perhaps the conflict between Gao Junxin and Jiang Xiao wouldn't be so huge now. Jiang Xiao felt that her point of view was completely wrong. Just like what he said just now, the conflict was already huge when Gao Junxin got someone to block him in the utility room. Since they had already bullied him, it wouldn't be in his character not to retaliate. Besides, compared to the conflict that was about to occur between him and the school bully, Gao Junwei, the conflict with his younger brother, Gao Junxin, was not a conflict at all. Replacing Gao Junwei would definitely happen. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, it would always be on paper. That would be the real and irreconcilable conflict. For the sake of Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's safety and future, Jiang Xiao couldn't allow a selfish, seemingly united, but actually divided person to exist in their team. The team had been carrying out missions in various dimensional spaces, and any carelessness would cause them to lose their lives. This team was also fighting for honor in various competitions. Every honor was a bonus point, and it was a chip to enter a higher school. There couldn't be any unstable factors in the team. Once the conflict between Jiang Xiao and the school bully, Gao Junwei, was made public, it would be a conflict between the two families. It would be on a completely different level from the small fights between the children. Chapter 56. During dinner, Jiang Xiao sneaked out with his team members by climbing over the wall. Dinner would last for 2 hours, and there would only be evening classes at 6:30 p.m. Hence, one meal was enough. Besides, Jiang Xiao felt that it would be better to treat everyone to a meal before announcing the news. Hence, Jiang Xiao endured the pain and counted the 300 yuan in his pocket, thinking that he could still afford it. There were many small shops in the alley in front of the school, and the smell of fireworks was especially strong. Many children in green military uniforms could be seen shuttling around, probably thinking that the food in the canteen was not delicious and wanted to change their tastes. Jiang Xiao found a self-service hot pot restaurant that did not have a single room. There were more than 10 small tables in the hall, which seemed to be suitable for couples. Jiang Xiao asked the boss to put up 2 tables and invited them to take a seat. The self-service hot pot cost 38 yuan per person, which made Jiang Xiao feel very confident. 300 yuan should be more than enough for 5 heads. "Brother, what news are you going to announce? You're treating us to hot pot? That's embarrassing." Zhu Wu chuckled and frantically picked up meat from the freezer of his choice. He then said to Jiang Xiao, "Is it that Gao Junxin? Leave it to me. We can't always be passive. We have to take the initiative to attack and find trouble with him." "Don't. The league is in 3 days. We'd better play it safe and get a good ranking first. We'll talk about it after we get the rewards," Jiang Xiao said while walking back to the table with Zhu Wu. "Stop looking. Let's eat first," Jiang Xiao hurriedly said to everyone. "It's self-service anyway. Take whatever you want to eat. Don't stand on ceremony with the boss." "Oh, isn't this the medic bro?" Jiang Xiao was stunned to hear a voice. The youth with the crew cut and buzz cut from the morning had actually walked in. "Have the 2 of you recovered from your injuries?" Jiang Xiao asked in bewilderment. "How could I be injured? You are the one who brought me back to life," the man with the buzz cut said with a limp. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Jiang Xiao had indeed gone overboard with his first target, the youth with the buzz cut. It was because Zhu had tortured him badly during the battle with him in the morning, and Zhu was only from class 2. As soon as the students who blocked Jiang Xiao in the utility room said that they were from class 1, Jiang Xiao naturally thought that they were very strong. Therefore, he had been looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack instead of fighting head-on. At that time, when a skinny man turned to leave, the crew-cut man was far away, and the man with the buzz cut happened to kick him. Jiang Xiao's punch landed directly on the side of the youth with the buzz cut's knee. To put it bluntly, it was to restrict his movements. The second target was even more ruthless. Jiang Xiao directly hit the skinny man's jaw, causing him to faint. It was also to restrict the other party. By the time Jiang Xiao went to deal with the youth with the crew cut, he finally realized that the students were not as powerful as he had imagined them to be. He seemed to have used his forbearance in the wrong place. Potential did not equate to combat power. Jiang Xiao dared to go all out because of his medical star technique. Although the severely injured youth with the buzz cut was limping, he could still walk because of Jiang Zhao's subsequent treatment. As for snatching the sword and stabbing the man with the crew cut, it was an absolute threat that had nothing to do with killing someone. Jiang Xiao knew the severity of the situation. "Can you climb over walls with those legs of yours?" Jiang Xiao asked with a peculiar expression. "What do you mean by climbing over walls?" "I applied for leave and said that I wanted to spar with 2 of my friends. In the end, I didn't hold back and accidentally injure my tendons and bones," the youth with the buzz cut said with a chuckle. "It's fate that we met. Come, this meal is on me." Of course, the others in Jiang Zhao's team knew that the 2 of them were the ones who attacked Jiang Xiao in the morning. However, they never expected that the plot would unfold in such a manner. "What are you talking about? Go away. I don't accept any attempts to clear my name," Jiang Xiao said in disdain as he waved his hand. "Don't, brother medic. We're all minors, and there are times when we're insensible. You have to allow us to make mistakes and grow up. You have to allow us to turn over a new leaf," the youth with the buzz cut said quickly, causing Jiang Xiao to be stunned. What the hell is he talking about? It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned that he was a minor, but now that he mentioned it, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt like kicking him again. The youth with the crew cut said, "Yeah, we finally understand that fighting is useless. We just feel that we're rather impressive. Who knows? We might fail miserably one day." Jiang Xiao asked, "What do you mean? Am I a scumbag?" The guy with the crew cut said, "You're not a scumbag. You're a god. There's only 1 medical awakened in the entire year 3, 2 in year 2, and only 1 in year 1. In the end, we even offended him. Tell me, what's going on?" Jiang Xiao looked at the youth with the crew cut with a smirk. Ever since this kid found out that Han Jiangxue was Jiang Zhao's sister, he had changed a lot. In the end, Jiang Xiao did not let the 2 of them settle the bill. He felt that it would be a merit for him if he could make the 2 students behave themselves and turn over a new leaf. People from big cities are indeed different. They're so talkative. Luca's Mandarin was mixed with some Beijiang dialect words, which made her sound especially vivid. After the small incident, Jiang Xiao changed the topic while eating the meat. "The girl you guys saw this morning is called Han Jiangxue," Jiang Xiao said. "Yeah, if you don't say it, we've already agreed not to." Luca's little mouth was quite sharp. She rushed to say, "I saw your Weibo. You 2 seem to be very close. Is she your friend?" "She's my sister. I took my mother's surname," Jiang Xiao said. "Huh, you're a family?" Luca sized up Jiang Xiao carefully with a look of disbelief, but she couldn't find any resemblance between the siblings. Jiang Xiao did not explain too much and continued, "I came here for a purpose. As you all know, having a medical awakened in a team will greatly improve the team." Zhuan nodded and said, "That's true. Ever since I awakened during the junior high school graduation ceremony, Han Jiangxue has been training me. She wants me to join her team," Jiang Xiao said half-truthfully. "Your abilities," Zhu said straightforwardly, "aren't enough." "Indeed, they aren't enough," Jiang Xiao admitted. "The problem is that there's a problem with her team, and there's an irreconcilable conflict between the members. That's a threat to all of their lives." "Is there such a thing?" Zhuan asked with a sullen expression. "Yeah, it's very complicated, so I won't explain too much. I'll just go straight to the conclusion. She hopes that I can shine in the league and then find connections with the other rich and powerful members of her team to get me to skip a grade and join her team." Lu Ku was completely stunned. You guys know that there's only 1 medical awakened in the 6 classes of year 3, and they've been in the same team for more than 2 years. There are only 2 medical awakened in the 6 classes of year 2. There are more students in our cohort, and there are 8 classes. So far, I'm the only medical awakened. You guys can tell how rare this profession is, Jiang Xiao said. It's definitely rare, and you do have the qualifications to make the school look at you differently. However, your potential is limited. You can't just think about your sister, you have to think about yourself too, Elena said worriedly. You're not strong enough, and you don't have enough potential either. You'll have to go on missions frequently in year 3, and the locations of the missions are all dimensional spaces. She has her own considerations about this. We're family, and I believe she won't harm me, Elena said worriedly. Jiang Xiao didn't explain too much or talk about his internal star map. Instead, he continued apologetically. I just want to say that if I succeed, I'm afraid I'll have to leave this team. Zhu suddenly said, Brother, don't say that. If you think this is the right path, go ahead. Jiang Xiao looked at Zhu with sincere gaze, and his heart softened. He really didn't expect to hear encouragement instead of being scolded. Your sister's team must have a higher upper limit. If you think you can do it, go ahead. We won't do anything to hinder your future. Zhu patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder and said, At this stage, you're really strong, especially your bell star technique. It's really helpful to our team. If you help this team get a good ranking and help us get rewards, we'll help you shine and advance to year 3 of year 3, Zhu said while looking at Zhu Wu. Zhu Wu nodded without hesitation and said, My brother is right. If it weren't for you, we would have taken Lu Ku with us. We might not even be able to get a good ranking. Lu Ku pursed her lips and said with some regret, Let's put potential aside for now. You guys are really lucky to have such a strong medical awakened teammate. Elena looked at Lu Ku with a smile and said, You're feeling sorry because you can't be a substitute after he leaves, and you have to go on the field again, right? Lu Ku blushed as she looked at Elena. Don't say anything. Jiang Xiao picked up the soda and said, Regardless of success or failure, regardless of the ranking, as long as there's a reward, Lu Ku will get mine. How can we do that? What's yours is still yours, Lu Ku said frantically. No, I've already got my reward. Thank you, guys. Jiang Xiao gestured to everyone with the soda in his hand. It was indeed a reward to be able to meet such a group of passionate and innocent children. Jiang Xiao then raised his head and gulped down the soda. Zhu Wu looked at Jiang Xiao with a peculiar expression and said, It's not like we're drinking. Why are you pretending to be so generous? Chapter 57. 3 days later, Jiang Zhao's team obtained the qualifications to represent Class 2. To be exact, it was the Zhu brothers who obtained the qualifications. The two brothers, Zhu Wen and Zhu Wu, were indeed ferocious. During the class selection, Jiang Xiao and Elena almost didn't have to fight much. After 2 rounds of 2v4s, their teammates were convinced of their abilities. Jiang Xiao and Elena had become the contestants of Class 2 and were considered to have received their rewards. After all, no matter how incompetent the members were, they would still receive a participation prize. It was said that the participation prize was a white ghoul star bead. That made Jiang Xiao a little excited. If the participation prize was a white ghoul star bead, what about the top 3? It would definitely be better than the participation prize, wouldn't it? According to the seniors in year 2, each of them received a silver quality star bead after coming in first in their group last year. The best student in the competition was also awarded an additional silver quality star bead. Besides, the additional silver quality star bead was not the lava ghoul star bead that could be bought on the market. Instead, it was the rare lava ghoul general star bead. Xiayan's flame arc star technique was a reward given by the school after their team came in first. In year 1, Xiayan led the team to come in first in the military training and was chosen as the most valuable student. She was then awarded the flame arc star technique. Not only were there rewards in the military training competition, but there was also a large-scale competition during the final exam every year. Han Jiangxue also benefited from it. During the final exam of year 1, she led the team to come in first in year 1 as the commander of the team. In the end, she was chosen as the MVP and was awarded the extremely precious Baron Wind Star technique. Such star techniques were difficult to purchase even in the Chamber of Commerce. In year 2, Han Jiangxue and Xiayan's team never came in first in the field missions due to various reasons, such as internal conflicts and disagreements. However, in the final exam, the team that seemed to be united but actually disunited was lucky enough to come in first. Han Jiangxue continued to be the MVP and was awarded a rare star bead. However, this time, even Han Jiangxue, who had incredible qualifications, failed to absorb the star technique in the star bead. Han Jiangxue did not have any source of income and had no choice but to live in the house left behind by her parents. She was sheltered by her parents and could enter and exit the snowfield for free. She made a living by selling white ghoul corpses. Hence, obtaining the rare star beads awarded by the school through proper channels was the greatest guarantee for improving one's abilities. Although Xia Yin could buy such rare star beads, she would have to spend a lot of money and connections. If she could get a star bead as a reward from the school, she would definitely be overjoyed. Most importantly, some glory couldn't be bought. These honors were the cornerstones for her to get into an excellent university and start a better life. She absolutely could not tolerate the team falling apart. This was related to her future. This year, Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue were determined to pass the final examination of Year 3 and the final college entrance examination. There were still 9 months to go before the college entrance examination. If Jiang Xiao could succeed, Han Jiangxue would tutor Jiang Xiao for all his cultural lessons within 9 months and prepare him for the final examination of the Year 3 National College Entrance Examination. This was the biggest difference between an awakened student and an ordinary student. An ordinary student had to face the college entrance examination paper alone. As for the awakened college entrance exam, in addition to the written test, most of the tests were conducted in a team of 4. So far, Jiang Xiao still had no idea that he was working hard and walking towards hell step by step. Jiang Xiao was full of confidence in his team, but he also had another goal, which was to prove himself again when he challenged the school tyrants of Year 3 after coming in first place. If they were to fight for real, Jiang Xiao would not be Han Jiangxue's match, even if there were 10 of him. There was an absolute difference in their abilities, and their roles were different too. There was no way they could fight at all. However, since they had already communicated with each other privately, and Han Jiangxue's team was facing some problems, Jiang Xiao's team had some hope. Regardless of whether they won or lost, Jiang Xiao had to show his value. Putting aside star techniques, Jiang Xiao didn't think that the Year 3 students could compare to Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue in terms of martial arts. Of course, the Year 3 students had been cultivating for 2 more years, after all, and their bodies were strong. Even if they had communicated with Han Jiangxue in advance, it would definitely be an arduous battle. Amidst the intense preparations, Jiang Xiao received an interesting piece of news before the competition even began. In the past 2 days, there was a piece of big news in Beijiang province that had already become a hot topic on Weibo. A baby white ghoul, which had suddenly appeared in Ruifeng business firm. In the end, it was, of course, snatched up and the price skyrocketed. Until this morning, someone had already offered a price of 400,000 yuan, which really gave Jiang Xiao a great shock. One had to know that the price of a white ghoul cub was only 32,000 yuan, and there was no market for it. However, the price of the baby white ghoul, which was soaring like a rocket. It was simply unbelievable. At this stage of high school, Jiang Xiao almost didn't see any students with star pets. On one hand, the children were still lost in the basic techniques, and they were not strong enough to absorb star pets. On the other hand, the most important reason was that star pets were relatively rare and extremely difficult to absorb. In order to obtain a star pet and embed a living creature of another dimension into one star map, it was a very difficult task in itself. Without the support of corresponding strength, it was almost impossible to accomplish. The star map was also extremely strict with the embedding of star pets, which was 100 times more difficult than simply absorbing star beads to obtain star techniques. Generally speaking, those who were qualified to become star pets had to be the babies of creatures of other dimensions. That seemed to be a conventional requirement. No one was 100% sure that adult creatures of other dimensions could not be absorbed as star pets, but no one had ever succeeded. Those who were lucky enough to obtain star pets were all in the form of babies. An astral pet with a good aptitude could completely transform an awakened, bringing about a drastic change in their strength or even a qualitative improvement. First of all, star pets were convenient to carry around. Be it babies or star pets that were slowly growing into adults, they could all be stored in one star map at any time. It sounded unbelievable, but that was the truth. Even if it was a massive creature, as long as it was tamed and stored in one star map when it was young, it would still be able to enter one's body and be embedded in one star slot no matter how heavy it was. Such an ironclad fact also made people revere the magical star map even more. Although everyone had their own star atlas, no matter what class you were, the mysterious star atlas itself had the attribute of dimensional space. This was also a field that the awakened were actively exploring. Otherwise, where would such a huge star pet go? Why would it enter and leave one's body so casually? Star pets were easy to carry around and could even provide support to their owners with star power. It was just like sharing resources. That reminded Jiang Xiao of a manga about migrant workers. A nine-tailed firefox was sealed in the body of a yellow-haired teenager. From then on, the teenager had almost infinite energy. The logic was similar. When one star power was exhausted, it didn't matter because the star pet in one's body could give one enough support. That was the second benefit. Chapter 58. The White Ghoul, which was only a brass-quality creature of another dimension. However, the White Ghoul, which youngling was sold at a price of 400,000 yuan. Besides, the online auction had yet to end, and the price could still increase. Why is the price of a White Ghoul, which youngling, so high? Besides, even if one were to spend a lot of money to buy a White Ghoul which youngling, the chances of absorbing it and turning it into a star pet would be extremely low. Absorbing star pets and star beads were a one-off process. Hence, the question was, why would I spend so much money on a White Ghoul which youngling? Do I have too much money and nowhere to spend it? In fact, Jiang Zhao's thoughts were completely wrong. The price of 400,000 yuan was not high, and it was considered a relatively reasonable price. Once the White Ghoul, which youngling was successfully absorbed and nurtured into adulthood, it would be able to lead the White Ghouls. Without a doubt, one would be able to dominate the snowfield. That was the natural difference between the White Ghoul witches and White Ghouls. As a star pet, the White Ghoul, which could not only ensure one's personal safety to a certain extent, but it could also bring one endless wealth. To the country, the White Ghoul, which was even more valuable. With the White Ghoul, which the officials could obviously change the distribution of the number of monsters in the snowfield through a series of operations. They could even use it to lead an army of White Ghouls to maintain order or act as a special suicide squad. Simply put, such an operation could bring the disorderly snowfield under their control. In that case, the price of 400,000 yuan for the White Ghoul, which youngling, was actually too low. The main point was, why was the White Ghoul, which only sold for 400,000 yuan despite having such powerful racial attributes? It was because all the assumptions above were based on the most perfect star pet development. In fact, the White Ghoul, which was not suitable to be a star pet. The White Ghoul, which had low intelligence and was extremely disobedient. One might be able to put it in one star slot, but it would be difficult to tame it. The racial characteristics of the White Ghoul, which made the White Ghoul succumb to its tyranny. At the same time, the other racial characteristics of the White Ghoul, which were bloodthirsty and murderous. They were naturally brutal and would devour their masters easily. Most of the creatures of other dimensions that could become star pets had a loyal nature. Even if they weren't, they would at least be relatively gentle or have a slightly higher intelligence. However, the White Ghoul, which did not have those conditions at all, not only did it not have them, but it also became even more brutal and tyrannical. Furthermore, the success rate of taming astral pets was appallingly low. As a result, the price of an infant White Ghoul, which was only 400,000. Buying this kind of cub back home, absorbing it was a hurdle, and taming it was another hurdle. The buyer who offered such a price was probably very confident in his own strength. Theoretically speaking, the White Ghoul, which was not suitable to be a star pet. It was almost impossible to retain its racial nature of suppressing the White Ghouls while erasing its brutal and tyrannical racial nature. Who knew what the buyer was going to do with the White Ghoul witch's offspring? If it was really going to be a star pet, no one knew where the buyer's confidence came from. Jiang Xiao didn't understand much about it. He only knew that someone had made a fortune. It was the male awakened he met in the snowfield that day. It was no wonder that he was willing to risk his life to carry the white ghoul witch's offspring. It turned out that the benefits were so great. Jiang Xiao also had a better understanding of the path that he could take in the future. When he became stronger, he would go to the dimensional space to catch cubs. That would be a good way to earn money. However, since the white ghoul witch's offspring had reached such a high price, why didn't the officials send some powerful people to rear the white ghoul witch and obtain its offspring? Jiang Xiao felt that since he could think of that with his intelligence, others definitely wouldn't have thought of it. Could it be that there's a certain part that's impossible to complete? The students were discussing the news enthusiastically, and Han Jiangxue had also noticed it. She also sent Jiang Xiao a WeChat message. Ever since Jiang Xiao registered for WeChat, the two of them rarely communicated via text message. They agreed on a time to meet. On the night before the competition, Jiang Xiao waited obediently on the basketball court below the Year 3 field for Han Jiangxue's arrival. Jiangbin High School was indeed a top-notch high school. At least, the infrastructure in the school was rather good. There was a separate teaching block for the Year 3 students that stood in the deep mountains and forests. There was a fountain in front of the teaching block and a field below the fountain. There were 8 basketball courts below the field. However, there was no soccer court. The soccer court was located in the teaching block of Year 1 and Year 2. The sky was dark, and at 8:15 a.m., Jiang Xiao heard the bell ringing in the teaching block of Year 3. The melody was very familiar. It was the wedding in his dreams. It was not the actual bell that signified the end of school, but rather the end of classes. The Year 3 students had just finished 2 classes in a row and had a 15-minute break in between. They still had to go back for self-study later. School would only end at 10 a.m. The lights in the teaching block would be turned off at 11:30 a.m., which meant that a considerable number of students would be studying there until 11:30 a.m. They might even have to study until 1 or 2 a.m. when they get home. The thought of it was terrifying. They would start their first morning reading class at 6:45 a.m. the next morning. For the students who lived in school, they would go all out and skip breakfast. They would wake up at 6:20 a.m., which was considered late. For the students who did not live in school, they would probably wake up even earlier. These ruthless people, they woke up earlier than the chickens and slept later than the chickens. Before Han Jiangxue arrived, Jiang Xiao saw a few boys rushing in with basketballs in their arms. There was only a 15-minute break, and they actually ran all the way here from the teaching block. How many minutes could they possibly play? After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Xiao made another comment about the Year 3 students. They were more energetic than dogs after class. Jiang Xiao looked at them for a while and realized that they were really fond of playing basketball and had good skills. In particular, the small guard was even more agile than a monkey. Don't use star power. Don't cheat. If you do that again, I'll pull the basket down for you. A tall boy yelled. Let him go crazy. He's about to cry after being scolded by the teacher, a gentle voice said. Jiang Xiao looked over and saw a tall boy under the illumination of the white lights. His voice was gentle, and he was fair and handsome. He had short black hair that seemed to be naturally curly. He's so tall, handsome, and has such a good figure. Can you spare us mortals a way out? He's the center of attention everywhere he goes, Han Jiangxue said as she stood behind Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and looked at the boy carefully. Has my rival in love finally appeared? Han Jiangxue rubbed Jiang Xiao's buzz cut and felt that it felt good. She said, That's my teammate Li Wei. I have nothing to do with him. Jiang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, I'm relieved to see that you're so eager to explain. Seems like I still have a place in your heart. Han Jiangxue remained silent for a while before asking calmly, Do you want to go back limping? Jiang Xiao shuddered and hurriedly changed the topic. Do you want me to familiarize myself with your teammates in advance? No, I saw the news about the trading of cubs today. Han Jiangxue turned to look at Jiang Xiao and asked seriously, You must be serious about your next answer. Okay, Jiang Xiao said with a nod. Han Jiangxue asked softly, Is the probability of you absorbing star pets 100% too? Can the quality of the star pets you absorb be improved? Jiang Xiao was completely stunned. He had never thought about that question. I've never tried it before, so I'm not sure, Jiang Xiao answered truthfully. Okay. Han Jiangxue nodded, seemingly a little disappointed. She then changed the topic. Are you confident about tomorrow's competition? The lots have already been drawn. We're in Group A, and we'll be playing against Class 7 in the first round. There are 2 strong people in Class 4, but it shouldn't be a big problem, Jiang Xiao said. Is the final opponent Class 1? Han Jiangxue asked in a firm tone despite sounding doubtful. Yes, they're in Group B, and we'll only meet them in the finals. By the way, have you heard Gao Junxin? Jiang Xiao asked. Han Jiangxue asked, huh? Jiang Xiao said, he's Gao Junwei's younger brother. He's from Class 1. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly. Gao Junwei's family was rather wealthy, and Gao Junxin's star techniques could not be lacking. Although one could only have 4 star techniques at most in the Stardust stage, the quality of Gao Junxin's star techniques would be very high. That's your business. Han Jiangxue gestured at Li Wei, who was playing basketball, and said softly, we've already done our part. His family, Xia Yan's family, and I have already communicated with the principal repeatedly. The 3 of us are looking forward to your performance. At this moment, the tall boy who was playing basketball walked over and said in a friendly manner, hello, Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Xiao looked at the handsome boy who was 187 meters tall and turned to look at Han Jiangxue. He's so handsome. Do you have the heart to let him be at the front of the team and face those ferocious monsters? It's my duty to be at the front of the team. It's my honor to be able to protect the rules awakened and medical awakened. Li Wei suddenly leaned forward and whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear. Besides, I don't want to look back. Xia Yan is much more terrifying than those monsters. Jiang Xiao took a step back with a peculiar expression. He turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, I like him. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Chapter 59. Character: Jiang Xiao 1. Star Map: Big Dipper, Stardust Stage, LV, 42. Star Technique: 1. Blessing, Silver Quality LV, 1, 0/10, 2. Decoy, Silver Quality LV, 1, 0/10, 3. Green Glow, Silver Quality LV, 3, 5 out of 10, 4. Endurance, Silver Quality LV, 3, 5/10, 5. Bell, Silver Quality LV, 1, 0/1, 6. Imprint, Silver Quality LV, 1, 0/1, 3. Basic Technique, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Brass Quality Level 9. 2. Star Power Abundance, Brass Quality LV, 33. Dagger Mastery, Brass Quality LV, 54. Skill Points. 1. That was Jiang Zhao's internal star map when he participated in the competition. As for why there were 0/10 and 0/1 in the second tab, it was because the star beads of the White Ghoul, Witch, and White Ghoul, which were of brass quality, while Green Glow and other star techniques had already been upgraded to silver quality. Hence, for brass quality star beads, the absorption of 10 would only increase by 1 small level. The star beads of the Lava Ghoul, which were of silver quality, so the absorption of 1 Lava Ghoul, which star bead would allow the star techniques of Bell and Imprint to increase by 1 small level. Jiang Xiao stood in the phalanx of Class 2 and watched the ordinary class perform the military training in front of him. It was now time for the ordinary students to perform, and it had nothing to do with the 8 awakened classes. The awakened class would give their own performance after the ordinary class had finished their performance. After all, the content presented was different. The others were going to undergo a proper military training, but the awakened class would use combat to determine their ranking. Of course, before the competition, the awakened class would also perform a series of performances, which were nothing more than a few combat routines, a few grappling techniques, and a few practical wrestling techniques. Very few people would focus on that, because everyone was waiting for the final battle feast. After the military training of the ordinary class was completed and the ranking was determined, the teachers would bring the students back to class. At the same time, the awakened class of Year 2 and Year 3 also took out their precious learning time to line up neatly on the football field. Under the scrutinizing gazes, the Year 1 League was finally about to begin. The Year 2 awakened students also seemed to be very ambitious. They had already decided on the strongest team. Once the Year 1 competition was over, the strongest Year 2 team will be able to challenge the Year 3 school tyrants. Jiang Xiao exited his internal star map, stepped on the soft turf, and looked at the large podium in front of him. There were a total of 10 people sitting on the stage. They all looked old, but the woman sitting at the very end looked relatively young. Maybe it was because she was good at taking care of herself. She looked to be in her 30s, but she was probably in her 40s. The teachers and principals in this world were different from those in Jiang Zhao's original world. Perhaps it was because most of them were awakened ones, so their bodies were well maintained. Jiang Xiao did not see anyone with a balding haircut or a pot-bellied teacher. Logically speaking, the person sitting in the middle should be the principal, right? However, there were a total of 10 people, and there were 2 people sitting in the middle. One of them was dressed in a suit and seemed to be in his 50s. He looked rather benevolent, while the other was dressed in a military uniform. Hence, his identity was obvious. That made Jiang Xiao be puzzled again. Since the military had sent people to observe the students, why did they have to do it under such circumstances? Wouldn't it be better to just send some soldiers to be the instructors of the awakened students? In more than 10 days, the soldiers would be able to completely grasp the potential and dynamics of the students. Are they that busy? Are they not able to allocate enough manpower? Soon, under the leadership of Coach Lei Jin, Class 2 began to perform hand-to-hand combat, grappling techniques, and wrestling techniques. In the phalanx of the Year 3 students, a sweet-looking female student with light makeup was hiding in the crowd, quietly looking at the bullet screen on her mobile phone. Hey, wait a minute, you bunch of impatient little cuties. I'm coming. I'll show you. The girl held on her mobile phone, adjusted the angle, and pointed the camera at the 2 teams walking out of the football field. What's so good about watching the Year 1 kids fight? I want to see the school bell. Yes, I want to see Woolly Shue. Why is a man pretending to be cute? It's disgusting. Bun Hit Dog, I like you. Bun Hit Dog, stop the live broadcast. I'm going to tell the teacher, unless you turn around and blow me a kiss. It's here. There's a monster at the scene. A series of bullet screen comments flashed across the screen. It seemed that the girl was rather popular. As for why she was called Bun Hit Dog, well, first of all, she was called Su Ro. Perhaps it was because she was soft and meaty. The most important reason was that the girl had once performed a live broadcast a year ago where she could stuff a few soup dumplings into her mouth. There weren't many dumplings, and she only managed to stuff 2 dumplings into her mouth. However, the emoticon after the screenshot was simply too adorable. Hence, the name Bun Hit Dog slowly spread. TSK, this batch of students can't make it. Su-ro tugged at her ponytail. The ponytail was not straight to the end, nor was it pitch black. It was probably dyed a dark brown color, and the tail was slightly curled. One could imagine that once she took off her school uniform and changed into bright and beautiful clothes, and let go of her ponytail, she would instantly transform into a fashionable beauty. It's indeed a little boring. What are they doing? A team of 4, and then they each find an opponent for a 1v1 duel? They're just a group of kids who have just entered school. Don't expect too much. If you want to see something exciting, go watch the highlights of the international fighting competition. Su-ro was already used to the argument on the bullet screen. Speaking of changing the topic, a seasoned female streamer like her was the best at changing the topic. She could casually change the topic and divert the audience's attention. I really like her long legs. Su-ro shifted the angle of the camera and pointed it at a tall student in the front row. Wow, this is my sister Shue. I like cold and aloof girls the most. Turn the camera back. Bun Hit Dog, turn the camera back. If you don't turn, unfollow. Unfollow. However, Su-ro seemed to be going against the crowd. She continued to shift the camera and pointed it at another group of Year 1 students on the football field. How about this one? He looks so obedient, Su-ro said, watching as the bullet screen shifted its attention again. She couldn't help but smile. Although the combat standards of the Year 1 students aren't good, they're quite good-looking. At the same time, shoo, there was a loud sound accompanied by the shriek of a student. The power of thunder and lightning exploded. Beep. The referee blew the whistle in time and announced that the student who had been smashed out of bounds was disqualified from the competition. The football field was divided into two areas with a middle line as the boundary for two games to be played at the same time. Half of the football field was the combat area. Once one was struck out of the area, he would be disqualified. A half court was more than enough to accommodate 8 people. It was enough for the children to toss and turn in all sorts of formations. And now, the first flying strike had appeared. I take back what I said just now. Sue Rose's eyes lit up, and she pointed the camera at the obedient boy. He's good-looking, and his star technique is also of high quality. That's recharge, right? A barrage of bullet screen comments appeared on the screen. It's definitely recharge. Damn it, these kids are so damn rich. There are too many rich people. It's not fair to ordinary kids like us. Fair? Hee hee, are you dreaming? One-hit dog, help me get this handsome boy's WeChat. I'm in love. Hee hee, gold digging be asterisk TCH. +1, +7355608. On the football field, the obedient-looking student with a bowl cut did not even bother to look at the student who was sent flying by him. Instead, he turned around and pointed at the phalanx of Class 2 of Year 1. He hollered angrily, "Jiang Xiaopi, just you wait." Su Ro was slightly stunned and thought, this junior looks rather obedient, but he's rather arrogant. Regardless of the conflict between the students, he actually publicized it here. There are many school leaders and big shots from all walks of life sitting on the stage. Besides, Jiang Xiaopi, is it a person's name? Why did he give it such a casual name? There was a commotion in the camp of Class 2 as the students turned to look at Jiang Xiaopi. Under everyone's gaze, Su Ro easily found a man named Jiang Xiaopi. Wow, this junior is quite good-looking, Su Ro said softly. The buzz cut is indeed the standard for judging a handsome man. The bullet screen comments said, "Oh dear, Bun-Hit Dog is love-struck again." Chapter 60. Under the referee's call, Class 2 finally appeared against Class 7 of the same cohort. It was Jiang Zhao's first competition, and his good mood was disrupted. On the way in, he bumped into Class 1 who was leaving, and Gao Junshun was glaring at Jiang Xiao menacingly. If looks could kill, Jiang Xiao would have died 10,000 times. "I heard that kid is your younger brother?" A burly boy from Class 1 of Year 3 asked. Han Jiangxue did not respond. Haha, kids always like to fool around. When the time comes, I'll stop Xiaochun at the right time. Gao Junwei said smilingly while comforting Han Jiangxue. Xia Yin couldn't help but mock. "Are you very confident? I'm well aware of my younger brother's abilities. I heard that Jiang Xiaopi is a medical awakened, but he has fewer star slots and his potential isn't high. At this stage, medical awakened are a vulnerable group. Not to mention, he only has 9 star slots. When necessary, I'll stop Xiaochun," Gao Junwei said with a chuckle. "You don't have to stop him," Han Jiangxue said calmly. "Since you've chosen to go on stage, you don't have to show mercy." "You can't say that. Don't be so capricious, Han Jiangxue. You have to give in to Jiang Xiaopi and save some face," Gao Junwei said. "Huh, are your teammates very domineering? Jiang Xiaopi is really good at cozying up to him. He hasn't even fought yet." Gao Junwei raised his eyebrows and looked at the Zhu brothers thoughtfully. Although they were only in year 1 of high school, he could tell that they had a solid foundation in martial arts. In fact, that was indeed the case. Jiang Zhao's team got into a proper formation and formed a T shape. The Zhu brothers stood side by side in front with Elena in the middle and Jiang Xiao at the back. The team from Class 7 consisted of 3 melee fighters and 1 range fighter. The 3 melee fighters lined up in a straight line and went straight for the Zhu brothers without any unnecessary twists and turns. Elena condensed her star technique, bursting flames, and continuously attacked. Jiang Xiaopi, who was rather good at fighting, was considered to be at the back. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no need for that in this competition. At this stage, The children's star power was thin, and they had fewer star techniques. Hence, their cooperation was also limited. On the other hand, the crew cut brothers, who were extremely skilled, were able to defeat one of the 3 close combat students from Class 7 in just a few rounds. He couldn't even win a 3v2, much less a 2v2. The team, which was already lacking in experience, was suddenly full of loopholes. The 2 brothers were pulled apart and won a fight on their own. Elena was left to deal with the rules awakened, while Jiang Xiao had nothing to do. The flat-top brothers quickly defeated their respective opponents. Although Elena was still throwing fireballs at her opponent, the last member of Class 7 had no choice but to surrender when he saw the situation on the battlefield. Class 2's first match was won without bloodshed. When they returned to class, there were waves of cheers. Victory! Skill point +1. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and thought, there are skill points in a competition of this level too? Jiang Xiao basically watched the entire competition. It was like a child's game. He was equivalent to a spectator, except that other spectators were watching the competition from the spectator stands, while Jiang Xiao was watching the competition in the arena. In the end, it was a skill point? Wow, this is incredible. Xiaopi, what are you thinking about? Were you sleepwalking on the field just now? Lu Ku ran over and patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder. I wasn't sleepwalking. I was protecting my 3 teammates. They're too powerful, and I didn't even have a chance to heal them, Jiang Xiao said. Why didn't you go up and help Elena fight against the rules awakened? Lu Ku asked in displeasure. I saw that they were having fun. The fireballs exploded and crackled like firecrackers. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. Huh, you rascal. Lu Ku was immediately infuriated. Lu Ku, I was the one commanding the battle. I was the one who told Jiang Xiao not to move, Zhuan explained. Why did you guys do that? Lu Ku asked in bewilderment. We tried our best to hide Jiang Xiao's strength. Don't forget, our goal is not to be the champion of this cohort, but to challenge the school tyrants of Year 3, Zhuan said softly as he leaned over. Come on, Jiang Xiaopi's actions in the utility room have probably spread, Lu Ku said in disdain. It doesn't matter, even if it spreads. To the school tyrants, Jiang Xiaopi's opponents are just Year 1 rookies. As long as they don't see Jiang Xiaopi's real attacks, we'll have a chance to catch them off guard, Zhuan said softly. Catch them off guard? Aren't you being too confident in Jiang Xiaopi's abilities? The school tyrants don't care if you catch them off guard at all. There's a qualitative difference in strength. Elena hugged Lu Ku. Due to the difference in height, she pressed Lu Ku's head against her chest. We won. Why aren't you congratulating us? Why are you saying such depressing things? Lu Ku's face flushed red as she lowered her head and frantically pushed Elena away. Her adorable appearance melted Zhu Wen's heart. He almost lost his balance and turned into a pile of mud. My buzzcut hunk doesn't seem to have a chance to perform, Suro said sadly while holding on her mobile phone. Several pop-up comments appeared on the screen. This group of rookies doesn't have much teamwork. They were in a good formation at first, but they all scattered later on. Judging from the formation, the buzzcut hunk is at the back of the team. Since he hasn't attacked, it means that he's not a long-range attacker. I reckon he's also a melee combat awakened whose role is to protect that foreign chick. I wonder what his star map is. Sigh. I've only seen 2 or 3 rules awakened star maps in the past few matches. I haven't seen any melee awakened star maps. This is a high school competition in Beijiang province. Most of the basic techniques of the melee awakened are green glow, so there's no need to light up their star maps. It's different for the rules awakened. If they don't light up their star maps, the speed and power of their star techniques will be greatly reduced. Why are the comments so serious? Did you guys really not see that beautiful foreign chick? She's too tall. I'm not interested in foreign girls. I heard that foreigners have a strong body odor. Yes, and her skin is especially bad. I love my right hand. Suro suddenly said, Hey look, my buzzcut hunk is on the field again. There are 4 melee fighters? We have to change the formation, right? 3 minutes later, there were more and more pop-up comments. Wow, these 2 bricks are really fierce. They must be from a martial arts family, right? They're indeed biological brothers. Their tacit understanding and cooperation are simply invincible. The brick-faced brothers are good at carrying. They're fearless in a 2v4 team battle. Shocking. The shameless couple are indifferent to the school violence and are actually flirting at the side. Shocking. The buzz-cut hunk has turned into a flirtatious monk and is flirting with a foreign girl. Shocking. The two brothers fought back against the school bullying and got smacked in the head. Shocking. The shameless couple has no sympathy for the gang fight. Shocking. Shocking. Damn it. Medical awakened. All of a sudden, the pop-up comments in Sue Rowe's live stream exploded. Damn it. Beijing's divine technique, * blessing. Medical awakened. Damn you, medical awakened. This bastard is actually a medical awakened. This buzz-cut hunk is actually a medical awakened. I might have fallen in love. Since he had received the treatment order from Brother Zhu, Jiang Xiao was naturally duty-bound to do it. In the arena, two dreamy rays of holy light suddenly descended. The four students were panting and sweating profusely. They saw Brother Zhu, who had changed his appearance and was full of energy, as well as Brother Zhu, who seemed to be on steroids. That was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the brothers had the same sexy, throaty voices. Chapter 61. Above, on the makeshift podium, several leaders were also whispering. The middle-aged man in the military uniform looked at the principal and said in a friendly manner, "Principal Yin, is this the only medical faculty student in this cohort?" "Yes, we carefully selected some children with suitable star maps and allocated some resources to them. Unfortunately, none of them have awakened a medical star technique." The middle-aged man who was addressed as Principal Yin spoke. He had a benevolent look on his face, and his speech was neither fast nor slow. He was very refined, and one could faintly see some white hairs in his black parted hair. "What's this kid's star map?" The man in uniform asked. It said that it's a spoon-shaped star map, which can be regarded as a magic staff. Principal Yin continued, "This child didn't awaken his medical star technique with the star beads that we gave him. He only entered school 3 days ago with his own medical star technique. Just like you, it's my first time seeing him." "What's his surname?" The man in military uniform immediately asked. Jiang Xiaopi. He follows his mother's surname. His father is Han Cheng, and his mother is Jiang Hongye. Principal Yin answered. Han Cheng and Jiang Hongye, aren't they Han Jiangshue's parents? The man in the military uniform asked in shock. Principal Yin answered, "Yes, Jiang Xiaopi is Han Jiangshue's younger brother, the Han family of the Wasteland Reclaimers." The man in the military uniform's eyes lit up, and he looked at Jiang Xiaopi with an intense gaze. The man in the military uniform fancied children like Jiang Xiaopi and had been coveting Han Jiangshue for a long time. To be exact, he had been coveting Han Jiangshue and Xia Yin from the Han family for a long time. The man in the military uniform could not wait for the two of them to go to college. After graduating from high school, they could directly serve in the military. However, the Xia family's parents were still around. Their social relations and status were still there. It was obviously unrealistic to force them, but this did not affect his love and expectations for the children of heroes. Indeed, like father, like son, the Han family has produced another promising medical awakened who has already obtained the blessing star technique. How bad can his potential be? In the end, Principal Yan's words almost made the man in the military uniform unable to breathe. Principal Yin chuckled and said, "This child's aptitude is the polar opposite of Han Jiangshue's. Han Jiangshue is talented and has 30 star slots, but so is Jiang Xiaopi. He has 9 star slots, which is rare." The man in military uniform. "What did you say? 9 star slots? Low. Incompetent? Damn it. Why are you a medical awakened with only 9 star slots? Why don't you give your medical potential to the awakened with 20 star slots? No, something's wrong." The man in the military uniform managed his facial expressions well and said with a smile, "Principal Yin, you're really funny. I've never seen an awakened with 9 star slots before. Besides, this child has already obtained the blessing star technique. His qualifications can't be bad. I wanted to joke. Principal Yin sighed helplessly and looked into the distance, looking at Jiang Xiao pitifully. At this moment, Jiang Xiao walked into the camp of Class 2 under the gaze of all the students and the cheers of the students. He obtained another skill point. At this moment, he already had 3 skill points on his internal star map. In the battle, just now, the Zhu brothers were clearly the ones killing everyone, but Jiang Xiao was the center of attention at this moment. A medical awakened was indeed the center of attention. At least that was the case in high school. For example, there were only 4 medical awakened from year 1 to year 3, including Jiang Xiaopi. The ratio was indeed a little too low. Everyone only found out from the grapevine that the student from Class 2, who came later, might be a medical awakened. However, when they saw the dreamy pillar of light with their own eyes, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. There were too many awakened who had all kinds of violent output, and they had to work hard in order to stand out from their competitors. However, what about medical awakened? There were very few of them, and even if they didn't work that hard, they would still receive more resources and care. They were all humans who had the same household registration and ethnicity. Why did they get an extra 50 points in the college entrance examination? Because you're a special student? Can you sing? Can you play chess? Can you write? I want to be a special student too. Unfortunately, I don't have that talent, and I'm not cut out for it. Okay, I'm very angry. In the camp of the year 3 students, Su Ro sighed and said, "It's not easy. There's another medical awakened. Everyone, calm down and watch the battle for the 3rd and 4th places. We'll be able to see the buzzcut boy again when the finals begin." The pop-up comments were already in an uproar. The one at the back of the team is a melee awakened? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Isn't that a slap in the face? Don't be so hostile. What's there to slap in the face about? It's here. It's a slap in the face. I usually stand at the back of the team. It turns out that I'm also a medical awakened. Let me do it. My urine is yellow. I'll go and wake him up. Sob, sob, sob. I really want to carry a medical awakened back home. Mom doesn't have to worry about me catching a cold or a fever anymore. Yeah, it saves me the pain of taking pills and having a 4 drip. To be honest, the blessing skill is really effective in treating menstrual cramps. I've tested it myself, and I won't accept any objections. Su Ro's expression was extremely interesting. Looking at the comments on the pop-up comments, she felt that the door to a new world had been opened. Seeing that the pop-up comments were getting more and more obscene and deeply discussing the topic of sex, Su Ro hurriedly tried to control the situation. The 3rd and 4th places don't seem to be outstanding, but did you guys notice that Class 2, which is the top of Group A, and Class 1, which is the top of Group B, both have almighties? Su Ro continued to guide them. Class 2 has that powerful brother, a rules awakened girl, and our medical awakened buzzcut boy. The team of 4 from Class 1 also has 4 melee fighters, especially the obedient boy who knows how to charge and the tall and skinny one. At the same time, in the camp of Class 2 of Year 1, Jiang Zhao's team of 5 was at the back of the team, discussing their tactics nervously. Class 1 also had 4 melee fighters. Through the previous competition, they could tell that they were much stronger than their opponents from Class 2, be it in terms of qualifications or combat power. Zhuwen said, "Gao Junshin Star technique is really powerful. He's very proficient in using green glow and charge." Lu Ke held onto Elena's arm and raised her adorable face. She asked, "Hey, by the way, is that tall and skinny guy the one you fought in the utility room previously?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, but I don't know his specific abilities. I ambushed him and defeated him in 1 move. I didn't give him any chance to retaliate." "How strong can he be if he can be ambushed?" Lu Ke said matter-of-factly. "You can't say that." Zhuwen shook his head with a sullen expression. Maybe it's because he underestimated his opponent. We watched their competition just now. Bamboo is rather strong. If he really goes all out, he can fight Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned and asked in bewilderment, "Really?" Zhu nodded and said, "Brother, you're right. The 2 of you are comparable in terms of skills. I reckon he really underestimated his opponent in the utility room." Jiang Xiao nodded. The Zhu brothers were clearly much more skilled in combat than Jiang Xiao, and they were much more knowledgeable than Jiang Xiao. Since both of them said so, Jiang Xiao reckoned that the situation might really be the case. It seemed that Jiang Xiao had made the right choice to wait for an opportunity to act previously. If he had really gone all out, he might have really been beaten up badly. Our team may be suppressed. It'll be difficult for the two of us to stop the four of them. They're not on the same level as the four we fought just now, Zhuan continued. Elena is very dangerous. We don't have any special star techniques to protect the rules awakened at the moment, nor can we effectively link up with them. Elena frantically asked, "Do we need to replace her? Should we find a melee combat awakened in the class?" Jiang Xiao said, "We've already submitted the name list. We can only replace Lu Ku." "No, I don't want to get beaten up." Lu Ku frantically waved her hands and turned around to leave. "You guys continue discussing. I'll go get some mineral water for you." Elena is our strongest attacker. As long as we hit her with bursting flames, we'll be able to get rid of her. They don't have any medical awakened, nor do they have any defensive or recovery star techniques at this stage, Zhuan said. Elena said with a bitter expression, "You guys know how fast I can condense bursting flames and throw them out. They can easily dodge them too. I don't even dare to join you guys in the battle. Once the bursting flames explode, the attack range will be too wide and you'll all be blown up." Jiang Xiao said, "Make their feet leave the ground. You should be able to aim, right?" Zhuan said, "That's not an easy thing to do." Jiang Xiao said, "In this case, Elena will condense bursting flames first. When the two teams get close to each other, I'll heal the person closest to us first." Elena was dumbfounded. The Zhu brothers were dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "My blessing star technique is of silver quality. Think about how you felt when I gave you my blessing for the first time." Chapter 62. Elena blushed and gently smacked Jiang Xiao's shoulder. Su Ro's livestream comments once again exploded. "This shameless couple. What did I do? Why did you make me watch this? This witch is really sinful. She's seducing our Jiang Xiaopi." Jiang Xiaopi? Is that the name of the cub? Is that a nickname? It's quite cute. I've already found it on Weibo. Jiang Xiaopi is mischievous. Oh, I'll go take a look. Stop looking. I just came back from his Weibo. This shameless couple was just playing Peaceful Times a few days ago. It's so good to be young. Here's the question. Who is Xiaoyan? Why do you despise her? Don't you know who Xiaoyan is? You're still watching the competition from Jiangbin High School? She's the queen of the school tyrants. Indeed, they forget about the old when there's a new person. Amen. 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 At the back of the camp of Class 2 of Year 1, Zhuwen's eyes lit up and he said, "We've been through dozens of blessings in the past few days, but we still can't escape the feeling of comfort. The other party will definitely experience it for a short period of time. Yes, take this opportunity to throw the vanguard of the opposing team into the sky. Even if the other party manages to react, he won't be able to dodge. He'll become a live target for Lil Na." Jiang Xiao analyzed. Jiang Xiao continued, "The star technique blessing is not as powerful as Bell. As long as Lil Na hits him twice with bursting flames while he's in the air and landing, it will be enough for the referee to judge that the other party has lost the ability to fight. He'll then be immediately carried off for treatment." Elena said worriedly, "Isn't that a little too much? One is better. I'm really afraid that I'll blow up the other party." 2. Zhuwen said, "This is a competition and we have to win. You have to believe in the abilities of the doctors in the school. There won't be any major problems." Second brother Zhu Wu said to Elena, "The other side definitely won't be as merciful as you. I guarantee that if anyone from the other side gets close to you, they will definitely beat you to death. They definitely won't stop until the referee calls for them to stop." Elena took a deep breath and said, "I understand." Zhuwen continued, "Let's change the formation. Jiang Xiaopi, stand in the middle of the formation. Xiaona, stand at the back. We've been too conformist in the past few matches and stood strictly according to the standard positions of our characters. However, our opponents are not creatures of other dimensions or powerful enemies with multiple star techniques? Jiang Shao nodded and said, yes, it's difficult for them to advance to the back row without the support of the corresponding star techniques. Big Brother Zhuan waved his hand and said, then it's decided. We'll attack when they're least prepared. As long as they lose one of their members, we'll have an easier time. At the same time, the outcome of the match had also been decided on the football field. Class 4 came in third place, and if nothing went wrong, they would be rewarded with some star beads of decent quality. Wow, it's finally here, the final battle. As expected, it's still Class 1 and Class 2 with better aptitudes, Su Rose said excitedly. Both classes have gods. I'm looking forward to it. It's time to go up. Class 2 seems to have changed their positions this time. My shrimpy is standing in the middle. At the same time, the atmosphere on the football field was tense. On the way to the stage, Jiang Shao felt a scorching gaze on him. He turned around and saw Gao Junshin's menacing gaze. As expected, people who were not of the same family would not enter the same door. At such a young age, you already have some of your brother's elegance. Jiang Shao stared at Gao Junshin expressionlessly and thought to himself, I really have to settle the scores with him today. I've just enrolled in school, and yet you already sent a few gangsters to trap me in the utility room? If I didn't have some skills, I would have been humiliated and beaten up by you. On the other side, Gao Junshin, who was wearing a Han-style pot cut, mouthed, just you wait. Jiang Shao ignored him and looked at the remaining 3 people. One of them was the bamboo pole that had blocked him in the storeroom. In addition to these 2 people, there was also a tall and powerful boy. He was also more than 190 centimeters tall, with dark skin and a pair of tiger eyes. He seemed to be a ruthless character. The Zhu brothers had a high opinion of this bear, too. The last student in Class 1 was a tall and slender girl with her hair tied up in a ponytail. She looked at the Zhu brothers with a stern expression, seemingly treating them as her greatest enemy. Jiang Shao was also very clear about her position. He reckoned that she should be an agility-based melee awakened who was similar to Xia Yan. However, Jiang Shao didn't think that she would be as mighty and domineering as Xia Yan. Jiang Shao felt that she was more like an assassin. From the previous battles, he could tell that she would usually wander around the edge of the battlefield, find the right opportunity, and quickly enter the battlefield. Her lethality was astonishing. During the competition, after the military training in Year 1, the students were not allowed to use any props. They could only rely on their fists and kicks. During the midterm and final exams in Year 1, the students were allowed to use props. When facing the creatures of other dimensions, they could bring their own weapons, but during competitions with their classmates, they could only use the wooden props provided by the school. The referee would make a judgment based on the part of the body that was hit by the weapon. Although one wouldn't die from being slashed by a wooden sword, the referee would determine that one was already dead. Jiang Shao had reason to believe that if the use of props was allowed, the girl should be holding a dagger. The opponents formed a 2-2 formation, with the big black bear and Gao Junshin standing in the front while the skinny guy and the ponytail girl stood at the back. Class 2 stood in 8T formation with the Zhu brothers in front, Jiang Shao in the middle, and Elena behind him. Seeing the menacing gaze in Gao Junshin's eyes, Jiang Shao suddenly retreated and turned around, only to see Elena's bewildered expression. Jiang Shao leaned forward slightly and whispered into Elena's ear, Gao Junshin must be the first to rush out. He definitely can't hold it in. How are you so sure? Elena asked softly. Jiang Shao said, his charging is the only star technique that can quickly break through Zhu 1 and Zhu Wu's defenses. He should be at the front. Elena thought about it and said, that makes sense, but that big black bear seems to be able to... Jiang Shao leaned towards Elena's ear and said softly, that's the reason I came to your side. I'm adding fuel to the fire. He's been spoiled since he was young and can't stand me taking pictures with you, let alone my actions now. Regardless of their previous tactics, I believe he can't hold it in any longer. Elena panicked a little and couldn't see through Jiang Shao anymore. In her heart, Jiang Shao had always been a mischievous and playful child, unlike the scheming person in front of her. Two bursting flames. Aim, Jiang Shao said softly. Jiang Shao then smiled and retreated before nodding at Elena. Jiang Xiaopi! Gao Junshan hollered angrily, his face flushed and his body trembling in anger. Referee, please announce the start of the battle. The big black bear seemed to be annoyed by Jiang Zhao's belittling attitude and turned to look at the referee. Huff! All of a sudden, a star map appeared on Gao Junshan's body. It was dreamy, and the stardust in the star map appeared to be a Tang sword. The 4-star slots on the Tang sword lit up slightly. 2 of them were brass quality, while the other 2 were silver quality. There were a total of 24 star slots. Cries of surprise could be heard from the audience. 24 star slots. What does that mean? The elite class is indeed a gathering place for geniuses. At the same time, seemingly to express its dissatisfaction, the big black bear also lit up the star map, which seemed to be a one-handed round shield with 25 star slots surrounding it. There were also 2 brass quality star beads embedded in it that were emitting a faint glow. Although his star technique was a little inferior, he actually had 25 star slots. That was enough for everyone to worship. Indeed, Class 1 was really a godly class. People like the Zhu brothers, who only had 20 star slots, were worlds apart in terms of qualifications. The skinny boy and the ponytail girl behind them didn't seem to be affected at all. They didn't show their star maps or show off their strength. Instead, they simply tensed up and got ready. On the side of Class 2, Elena, the only rules awakened, slowly lit up her star map. A long 2-handed staff appeared in front of everyone. There were 2 brass quality and 2 silver quality. She didn't seem to lose out. Those 21 star slots would definitely be admired and envied in society. However, with such an example, everyone seemed to have felt the difference between Class 1 and Class 2. The Zhu brothers looked calm, and just like Jiang Shao, they were secretly keeping their guard up. Both sides stood in formation, and the referee raised the flag high in the air. Jiang Shao looked at Gao Junshan from afar and winked at him with his right eye. Whoosh! The referee dropped the flag in his hand. Babasak Spring? Watering by the riverside Limo Terpene Valley, Huai emblem thick star power wrapped around his feet, and he flew out. He took the lead and dashed towards Jiang Shao, seemingly ignoring the Zhu brothers in front of him. He was getting closer. 30 meters, 25 meters, 20 meters. Jiang Shao raised his hand abruptly, and a ray of holy light suddenly descended, sprinkling directly on Gao Junshan's body and enveloping his flying figure. Such a move stunned everyone present. The students who had been cheering excitedly at the beginning of the competition instantly fell silent. Milk the wrong person. Chapter 63. At this moment, the flat-top second brother suddenly leaped in the direction of the flat-top eldest brother. The eldest brother, Zhu Wan, immediately knelt down, and the second brother, Zhu Wu, stepped on the eldest brother's shoulder. Zhu Wan stomped on the ground and pushed his shoulder forward forcefully. The second brother, Zhu Wu, stepped on his eldest brother's shoulder, and his whole body flew out like an arrow that had left the bow. With a whoosh, second brother Zhu Wu dashed out. His entire body was almost parallel to the ground as he flew at a low altitude and collided with Gao Junshan, who was in the lead. Everything that he had imagined was happening. Zhu Wu grabbed Gao Junshan's calves with both hands and flipped him over at a low altitude. He didn't use much strength, but he still threw Gao Junshan, who was wandering in a wonderful illusion, vertically more than 20 meters high. The big black bear of Class 1 had a drastic change in expression. He was a step behind and happened to see Zhu when he was rolling and getting up. At the back of Class 2, Elena's body was glowing with a dazzling star map. The 4 star slots in the star map on her huge 2-handed staff were glistening as she swung the fireball in her hand towards the target in the sky. Silver quality star technique, bursting flames. Seeing such a scene, Gao Junwei exclaimed in shock, Xiaochun. In the year 3 camp. Xia Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, this is toxic. Han Jianxue was also full of approval and secretly nodded in approval. She was clearly very satisfied with Jiang Zhao's performance. At the back of the team, Su Ro exclaimed in shock, "What? What happened?" The bullet screen comments were also extremely lively. Cooperation. I've finally seen cooperation in the competition. Is that guy with the bowl cut a fool? He left the team alone and was confident enough to fight a 1v4? Haha, he must have been thrown into the sky to be trampled on. Haha, that's for pretending. He's just a live target. That foreign girl can shoot him until he calls for his mother. Pfft, you lousy mouth. Damn, what kind of accuracy is that? She can't even hit him? She can't even hit such a huge live target? This foreign girl must be doing it on purpose, right? Because he's handsome? That's great. Don't hit him. Please don't hit him. There's a chance. There's still a chance. Brother Han Feiner still has a chance. The bullet screen was boiling, and the live audience was even more so. The moment Jiang Xiao spoke, there was complete silence. Everyone thought that Jiang Xiao had been scared silly. However, the tactics of Class 2 were orderly and effective. Although the students did not quite understand the effects of a medical star technique blessing, they could guess that Jiang Xiao had done it on purpose. Other than the students of Class 1 who were stunned, almost all of the students were cheering for this marvelous maneuver. However, as Gao Junshun was thrown into the sky and was at the mercy of others, the students' expressions changed once again. That was because the crooked fruit cannon had missed its target. A blazing fireball brushed past Gao Junshun's side and exploded in the distant sky. Second brother Zhu Wu's intestines almost turned green with regret. He should have punched Gao Junshun's head hard back then. Of course, logically speaking, Zhu only had one chance to punch. The fact that Class 1's Big Bear arrived right after him was the best proof. Jiang Zhao's team did not know how strong Gao Junshun's defense was, but compared to Zhu Wu's punch, Elena's bursting flames was undoubtedly more lethal and could be hit twice. Jiang Zhao's blessing star technique was also a silver quality star technique, and its effects were not to be trifled with. What if Zhu Wu's punch didn't cause any casualties to the other party? Clearly, bursting flames was the most suitable for target practice. Even the thick-skinned white ghouls could not withstand bursting flames, let alone the high school students. On the battlefield, Zhu Wen had already stepped forward to support his brother, while Jiang Xiao retreated with Elena. At least during this period of time, ensuring the output of the crooked fruit cannon was the most important thing. However, a problem had already arisen. Elena's first shot had missed. Jiang Xiao paid attention to the formation on the battlefield and saw that the Zhu brothers were blocking the three of them. Hence, Jiang Xiao had no choice but to change his tactics. "It's okay, Lil Na, move forward." Jiang Xiao yelled and dashed towards Gao Junshun's landing spot. Clearly, the closer he was to the target, the easier it would be to hit. Jiang Xiao was also a red heart, but he had to be prepared. Guilt and remorse were written all over Elena's face. Star power surged all over her body, and her fourth star slot suddenly lit up. A fireball condensed in her hand, and she dashed forward with Jiang Xiao while staring at the falling target in the sky with her brown eyes. She then pushed the fireball in her hand out. Whoosh! Elena stopped in her tracks, and the fireball darted towards Gao Junshun, who was falling diagonally above. However, Jiang Xiao was still moving forward while a blazing fireball floated above his head. At this moment, Gao Junshun had already recovered from the shock. He did not suffer any injuries at all and was merely thrown into the sky. After snapping back to his senses, Gao Junshun realized that he had no leverage and could not move his body. He also saw the blazing fireball flying towards him. Damn it! Gao Junshun cursed angrily and clenched his fists, after which an electric current flashed across his hands. Charge! Shoot is almost equal to Xin Horrumble. The fireball collided with Gao Junshun's right fist and exploded completely. She seemed to be looking at an abandoned orphan and a wastrel who was being blamed by her teammates. At the same time, Jiang Xiao finally caught Gao Junshan, who was falling from the sky. At this moment, Gao Junshan's clothes were tattered and he was badly mutilated. There was a strong, burnt smell on his body, and his skin and flesh were dripping with blood. However, his eyes were still open, and he seemed to be staring at the oncoming figure in a daze. Xiaoqin! Gao Junwei exclaimed in shock. Immediately afterwards, he hollered furiously, Jiang Xiaopi! Stop it right now. Stop. No. Your brother is used to being arrogant and thinks that he can trample on and ride on anyone. I can't stop. Jiang Zhao's feet buckled, and he flew out horizontally, after which his elbow lit up with a rich green glow. All of a sudden, the skinny man shrank his neck and seemed to have recalled the horror of being dominated by the iron elbow in the utility room that day. Being distracted on the battlefield was a taboo. Zhu did not hesitate at all and punched the skinny man's left rib heavily. However, the loud sound was drowned out by a loud sound in the distance. The muffled sound seemed to have hit everyone's hearts. It was still the same ruthless and final attack. It was still the same flying and iron elbow. It was still the same ground that had exploded. This time, there were no broken tiles, only a shallow pit. Gao Junshan's jaw was smashed by Jiang Zhao's elbow, and his entire body was embedded in the soft turf. He fainted completely. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded immediately. Gao Junshin and Wu Jingying have lost their ability to fight and are not allowed to be used as targets for further attacks. At the same time, the skinny man clutched his left rib in pain and raised his right hand, waving it continuously. Zhu immediately stopped attacking, for he didn't want to be disqualified for breaking the rules. On the battlefield, the big black bear had a bitter expression on his face and broke away from the battle. He sighed heavily and shook his head helplessly. The referee blew the whistle. Beep. Year 1, Class 2 wins. Ah! Hooray. Awesome. Champion. 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 Amidst the cheers of the students of Class 2, the Zhu brothers looked at each other and smiled before bumping their chests. What's wrong with Class 1? What's wrong with the elite class? They still deserved to be abused. The star map on Elena's body quickly disappeared, and she fell to the ground, panting heavily. She then took out a star bead from her pocket and frantically crushed it. As the star power surged into her body, she was clearly in a much better state. Jiang Xiao, who was in the distance, saw a figure dashing towards him. Jiang Xiaopi. He's already lost his ability to fight. Gao Junwei barked. Are you the referee? Jiang Xiao asked as he took a step back and allowed the medical staff to carry the unconscious Gao Junshan away. Gao Junwei's gaze was menacing as he hollered angrily. You bastard! Are you blind? Can't you see that he's already lost his ability to fight? So you're not the referee. Jiang Xiao stared at Gao Junwei, who was glaring at him menacingly, but he wasn't frightened at all. I'm not the referee either, but I'm a fortune teller. What? Gao Junwei barked through gritted teeth. Chapter 64. Not bad, not bad. This tactic is unexpected and seems to have made use of some personal grudges. The effect is better. The man in the military uniform smiled and said, after watching 7 competitions, I finally saw some tricks in the final battle. I wonder who the commander of Class 2 is. The commander reported is the elder of the Zhu brothers, Principal Yin said with a chuckle. The man in the military uniform nodded and answered, the one on the left. He's much steadier than the one on the right, and his basic skills are also much more solid. We will use the recordings of this battle as teaching materials. Principal Yin continued, although they are very inexperienced in all aspects, they have already comprehended the essence of combat, which is to attack the heart and the opponent. Besides, I'm afraid no one would have thought that blessing would have such a wonderful effect. Something's not right, Principal Yin. Even if it's their first time experiencing it, blessing won't affect them to such an extent, the man in the military uniform said in bewilderment. That child's blessing is of silver quality, Principal Yin explained with a smile. The man in the military uniform froze for a moment. Silver quality? What a rare quality. Oh, Yes, his parents are Han Cheng and Jiang Hongye. He's a lucky child. It's just that his qualifications are unprecedentedly low. I wonder how he managed to absorb this star technique. Principal Yin sighed and continued. However, the reward for him must be a medical star bead. Bell is considered a good medical star technique for group healing, the man in the military uniform said. The man in the military uniform said regretfully, Principal Yin, it's not that I don't believe you, but if it's really as you said, he might not be able to absorb Bell even if you give him 100 lava ghoul, which star beads. He's already extremely lucky to be able to absorb this silver quality blessing. Upon hearing this, Principal Yin shook his head and thought, Bell, Jiang Xiaopi already has it. Speaking of which, it's really contradictory. He's clearly an incompetent child with low qualifications and growth, yet he managed to absorb 3 silver quality star techniques. That's simply impossible. However, the reality was that Jiang Xiaopi really did have 3 silver quality star techniques. After thinking about it, he could only attribute all the credit to their deceased parents. Jiang Xiaopi reckoned that Jiang Xiaopi must have squandered a large amount of his family's wealth and received endless protection from his parents to acquire those star techniques. What kind of reward should he give this child? The Zhu brothers and a mixed-race girl would be rewarded according to the school's established rewards. What kind of star bead should the medical awakened be rewarded with? After all, Jiang Xiao was in the Stardust stage and already had 3 star techniques. In other words, he could at most obtain 1 more star technique at this stage. If they wanted him to continue to bring glory to the school in the next few years, they would have to think of a suitable star bead for him. The people on the stage were whispering to each other, and the students of Grade 1, Class 2 were cheering. In Su Ro's live broadcast, the atmosphere was as enthusiastic as the live broadcast. F***C Kami. What kind of healer is this? This is a F***King combat healer. No, this is a poisonous healer. What happened to happiness? Where's the medic you promised? Why did you put down the medkit? You picked up an M4? Is there anyone who knows if that star technique is a blessing or not? I've been blessed countless times. Believe me, it's really great, especially when you're a teenager. You can't resist the feeling of a high nest. What are you talking about? You think you can control it when you're middle-aged? Bro, isn't that a little exaggerated? I'm also an awakened, and I'm in year 3 this year. There's also a medical awakened in my team. Although blessing is great, it shouldn't be that great, right? Beijiang's godly technique. Oh my god. Poisonous healer, Jiang Xiaopi. Please face me directly. Sob, I must bring a medical brother home. Touch him during the day, at night, cold, fever, runny nose, pneumonia, dysmenorrhea, and sexual apathy. See the effects immediately. Get rid of all illnesses. Beijiang's medical awakened is your only choice. Jiang Xiao was overjoyed to have obtained another skill point. It seemed that regardless of the opponent, the competition should be serious. If he won, he would get a skill point. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but look forward to the future. For the awakened students, there were plenty of competitions organized by the school, and each victory would give them a skill point. That was simply too awesome. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao didn't want to skip a year and advance to year 3. Instead, he wanted to stay in year 1. Wouldn't life be interesting if he were to be the king of salted fish in a small pond? If he had to go to the ocean to be the king of salted fish, wouldn't he die instantly if Xia Yin smacked it with her tail? Student, please return to the team, the referee said to Gao Junwei. Of course, the referee knew who Gao Junwei was and what the next activity was going to be. I'll wait for you to challenge me, little bastard, Gao Junwei said after giving it some thought. He then turned around and left. It seemed that he was much stronger than his younger brother. At least, he didn't come forward to beat Jiang Xiao up. Of course, if that was the case, it might be what Jiang Xiao wanted to see. Every mistake made by the other party would bring Jiang Xiao one step closer to his goal. The students gathered in just a few minutes, and the award ceremony officially began. The third-ranked class representative, please come forward to receive the award. Amidst the cheers of the students, The 4 awakened students of Class 4 walked up to the podium and bowed to the leaders on the stage. Principal Yin patted them on the shoulders in encouragement and gave them a shiny star bead. It seemed that Principal Yin was really kind and amiable. Jiangshao was already in awe of this strange world. Jiangbin High School could be considered one of the top schools in Beijiang Province, and the principal of this school definitely had a high status and strength. It was indeed beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations that Principal Yin would be so approachable. The runner-up was a little worse. Only one person went up to the stage to receive the award, and that was the black bear who was still able to fight. The other 3 were already at the school's medical department. It was finally time to present the award to the champion. Amidst the cheers of the students of Class 2, the 4 students of Class 2 stood in a row. There was no one missing, and they walked up to the big podium in front of them in a heroic manner. Jiang Shao did a good job of bowing, and there was no need for him to stand out. However, before receiving the award from the principal, the man in the military uniform was very enthusiastic about Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had long displayed his blessing star technique in front of Pikachu, but the military never came to look for him. Why? Are they interested in Jiang Shao now? That seems a little contradictory. However, that was not the case. The internal composition of the military was extremely complicated, and the troops stationed in Jianan village were not from the same team as the ones in front of him. Perhaps the people of Jianan village didn't care much about Jiang Shao, who had 9-star slots, and the man in the military uniform was more interested in him. Jiang Shao had no idea about that, because his eyes were already fixed on the prize that the principal was handing over. It was a small fluorescent star bead. There was no need for the teacher to explain it all, for a series of information had already been imprinted in Jiang Zhao's mind. After taking a look, Jiang Shao got a great shock. Damn it, they're really putting in a lot of effort. Chapter 65. Long-tailed scorpion star bead, gold quality, star techniques. 1. Sand thorn. Stirs the sand to form sand thorns. Silver quality, upgradable. 2. Time hourglass. Consumes a large amount of star power and attaches it to the sand, covering the body with thick sand and hiding in it. Has a strong defensive effect. Lasts for 35 seconds. Gold quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Silver quality and gold quality? A gold quality star bead actually contains 2 star techniques of completely different qualities. The sandthorn was easy to understand. As a silver quality star technique, it should be very lethal. The gold quality time hourglass. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, wow, that's impressive. This seems to be a defensive star technique. Activating star power to cover my body with sand? Forming an armor of sand? Although the introduction said that it would consume a large amount of star power, it could save my life. The effect lasts for 35 seconds. Not to mention 3 or 5 seconds on the battlefield. Even 1 second could determine the outcome of the battle and reverse life and death. Did Principal Yin specially prepare it for the medical awakened? Or rather, did he specially prepare it for me? If it were any other medical awakened, they would probably give me a medical star technique like Bell, right? Principal Yin knew that Jiang Shao already had the star technique Bell, so he took a different approach and gave Jiang Shao an extremely powerful defensive star technique. This star bead was undoubtedly of gold quality. It had both offensive and defensive properties, and it would depend on fate which one could absorb. However, that was not a problem for Jiang Shao, because he could absorb them all. It comes from the Gan province, a dimensional space in the Rig Desert. Long-tailed scorpion star bead can summon sand thorns and sand armor. You can search for its introduction online. I hope it can help you improve your abilities. Principal Yin smiled and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder with an encouraging smile. Principal, my qualifications are too poor. I'm afraid I'll let this gold quality star bead down, Jiang Zhao said gratefully. You know about this type of star bead? Seems like you've done a lot of homework. You may leave. Principal Yin nodded in satisfaction. You were chatting with me just a second ago. Why did you chase me away the next second? I have plenty of time, and I still want to get closer to you. Jiang shouted half time. There are still a bunch of students below the stage. Under everyone's envious gazes, Jiang Xiao and his team members walked down the podium, and the principal said some encouraging words that made the students' blood boil. In the camp of Year 1, Class 2, Jiang Xiao had already become the target of public criticism. Gold quality star bead. Long-tailed scorpion star bead. After the principal's introduction, it caused an uproar on campus. Zhu Wen seemed to have realized something as he led Jiang Xiao to the back of the group, trying his best to get out of everyone's sight. The five-man team gathered once again, but this time they were enjoying the joy of victory. "Lu Ku, I'll give the star B to you when we get back," Jiang Xiao said, giving everyone a great shock. "Huh? What did you say?" Lu Ku's adorable face was filled with shock as she looked at Jiang Xiao in disbelief. "We have an agreement. I'm fighting on your behalf, so the reward is yours," Jiang Xiao said matter-of-factly. "My aptitude isn't good. I'm afraid I won't be able to absorb it." Lu Ku gulped and said fearfully. Jiang Xiao was amused. "How can your aptitude be lower than mine?" Everyone in the team was speechless. Well, in terms of aptitude, what Jiang Xiao said was right. It would probably be difficult to find an awakened with a lower aptitude than Jiang Xiao in the world. No, I don't know how to fight. It would be a waste to give it to me," Lu Ku said while waving her hands. Jiang Xiao comforted her. "Everyone has to grow up. How can anyone be born knowing how to fight?" No. Lu Ku shook her head vigorously. "It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Why do you care so much? If you really don't want to be an awakened, you can sell this to a business firm to supplement your family's expenses. Didn't you say that your family has wasted a lot of money?" Jiang Xiao said firmly. "Xiaopi you." Elena looked at Jiang Xiao with a complicated expression. In all fairness, if she were in his shoes, she probably wouldn't be able to make the same decision as Jiang Xiao. A gold quality star bead was too tempting for the children who had just entered high school. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "This is what we agreed on. You guys have given me enough support and trust and have done your best to help me achieve my goals. I should also fulfill my promise to you guys." Life was never a one-off deal. Regardless of whether Jiang Xiao was trying to maintain his relationship with them or he really believed in promises, Jiang Xiao's actions could not be erased no matter how many people slandered him. Zhu Wen said, "We only managed to get to where we are now because of you." "Enough. Why are you acting like a woman too?" Boom. Benzo? Duanzheng? Collapse? Ba Zhongyu? Vinegar Ox? Ran Qo Luoi? Better than Lu Tianyan to steal the last? Bei. Delicacies and fantasies of being alone in vinegar? Lie? Zhanshi Jian is crippled? Invade? Ichiao Xian? Tuku Sang Jun. I heard the principal's introduction, but Jiang Xiaopi, we've only known each other for a few days. Lu Ku's voice became softer and softer. A person's vision determined many things. For the children at the current stage, especially those from ordinary families like Lu Ku's, a gold-quality star bead was really too precious. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "But I've been a human for many years. There are many things in the world that have nothing to do with others but myself." Well said. Zhu Wu couldn't help but clap his hands and look at Lu Ku. "Give up. He doesn't have any other feelings for you. He's more concerned about keeping his promises." Lu Ku looked at Zhu Wu in bewilderment and wondered, what's wrong with him? Everyone had a different perspective and naturally had different considerations. Zhu Wu clearly liked Lu Ku and felt a little complicated when he saw that Jiang Xiao had given Lu Ku such an expensive gift. However, Jiang Zhao's words made Zhu Wu heave a sigh of relief. It had nothing to do with Jiang Zhao's fondness for Lu Ku, but rather Jiang Zhao's sincerity towards himself. Elena looked at Jiang Xiao silently and thought about how mischievous he was usually, how scheming he was on the battlefield, how ruthless he was to his enemies, how he treated his friends, and how he kept his promises and constraints to himself. Although Jiang Xiaopi only had 9-star slots, he had many distinctive characteristics. He would probably have many friends in the future. If he was lucky enough to enter the Year 3 team, this period of time would probably be the last for the team. Passerby, what a disgusting word. Elena suddenly suggested, "Let's take a photo. Let's commemorate our victory." "Good idea, haha." Zhu chuckled heartily. At the same time, a voice sounded from the loudspeaker. The champions of Year 1, please take a break for the time being. The champions of Year 2 and Year 3, please take the stage for an exhibition match. Exhibition match? Isn't it just challenging the school tyrants? If they won this round, they would be rewarded. Lu Ku frantically gestured to everyone. Come on, hurry up. We're going to fight again in a while. Seriously, I should have let you guys rest more. We should fight again tomorrow. Fatty, Lu Buffon, come and help us take a photo. Lu Ku yelled at the communicator. Okay. Lu Buffon ran over smilingly and grabbed Elena's mobile phone before aiming it at the team of 5. Perhaps because she wanted to take care of Lu Ku's short legs, Elena pulled Lu Ku to sit on the ground. In the back row, Zhu Wu held on to Zhu Wan with his left hand and held on to Jiang Xiao with his right. He smiled happily. Lu Buffon gently tapped the screen. Kacha! Chapter 66. The MVP of this match was given to the commander, Zhu Wan. His opening move was extremely eye-catching. No matter how the team digested it internally, the school naturally gave the credit to the commander. Through the exchange, Jiang Xiao also found out that the star beads given to the Zhu brothers and Elena by the school were all produced in the Damon grassland. Jiang Xiao had never heard of the Zhu brothers' star beads, which were of silver quality. It was said that they came from a sheep-headed monster that had 2 star techniques, fight and night vision. As the MVP of the competition, the school gave Zhu Wan an extra star bead. Elena's star bead was also of silver quality. It was also a creature of another dimension called the Demon Seed from the dimensional space in the Damon grassland. After searching online, he found out that the star bead contained the star techniques Vine and Vine Whip. He hoped that they would be able to absorb these star techniques. After all, for all the awakened except Jiang Xiao, the probability of absorbing star techniques from star beads was very low. While they were talking, the champions of the previous year's first year, who were also the current year's second-year champions, went up on stage. There were 2 boys and 2 girls, and their heights were unusually coordinated. The 2 men were about 180 centimeters tall, and the 2 women were about 170 centimeters tall. Their standing positions were very interesting. They formed a square, and the distance between them was very far. Unexpectedly, the 2 male students were standing in the back row. When the Year 2 champion team went on stage, it naturally attracted a round of applause. However, it was nothing compared to the overwhelming cheers of the school tyrants. Su Ro held onto her mobile phone and covered her chest with her left hand. Her right hand was trembling and her eyes were almost twinkling. On my heart. Although I see Li Wei in class every day, my heart beats faster every time I see him. There were more and more bullet comments on the screen. Obviously, compared to the newbies in Year 1, they preferred a battle of a higher level. Quick, call the police. There's a love-struck fool here who can't control herself. Sigh, I also like little brother Wei, but my new Prince Charming is Xiaopi. That's right. He's cheeky and can heal. It must be very comfortable to be with him. What era are we living in now? Practicality is the most important. I choose Shrimpy. Where's the housekeeper? Can you ban this group of aunties? It affects the mood of the audience. Han Jiangxua, my goddess, I love you. Queen Xia, please whip me. Use your giant blade and gently stab my little heart. I'm begging for abuse. Your Majesty, brother in front, wake up. Do you think that's a dagger? Stabbing the heart? Half of your body will be gone with that stab. Well, it's fine. It's made of wood. It can't kill me. Do you have some misunderstanding about Xia Yan's power? Adonis Wei is the most handsome. I watched the video of his last final exam 10,000 times. Adonis Wei turned the tide. Save this group of rookies. Gao Junwei is awesome. I can't take care of a bunch of noobs. What goddess queen? They're all trash. Trash. Big 5. Jiang Xiao had never been to a nightclub before, nor had he participated in rap battles or hip-hop battles. He had only seen the post-processing effects of the programs on television. However, at this moment, Jiang Xiao understood what it meant to blow up. Gao Junwei dashed straight into the arena and leaped up high. At the instant he landed heavily on the ground, the tang sword in his hand surged with electricity and blasted a hole in the soft turf. The scattered electricity was golden in color and extremely dazzling. Ah! Wow, wow, wow. School tyrants. School tyrants. The three members of the team entered the arena steadily, and Li Wei said, "No one is fighting with you for the MVP title. Don't be anxious. Shut up." At this moment, Gao Junwei's gaze was sullen, and he seemed to be in a hurry. Or rather, he was in a hurry to get rid of the Year 2 champions before dealing with the Year 1 champions. "Can we begin?" Gao Junwei asked while gritting his teeth and staring at the referee with his wooden sword in hand. It was the referee who didn't blow the whistle even though his younger brother, Gao Junshun, had clearly lost the right to compete. The referee stared at Gao Junwei's menacing gaze and suddenly felt a little worried about the Year 2 kids. He waved the flag, and the competition began. Amidst the cries of surprise, Gao Junwei dashed forward. He single-handedly dashed toward the Year 2's four-man team. "Hang in there! Hang in there!" The girl on the left of the Year 2 champions yelled as her body lit up with a dazzling star map. 1, 2, 3, 25 star slots. At the same time, another girl in the front row who was holding a sword also lit up her star map, which also had 25 star slots. Behind her, the two boys lit up their star maps one after another and were ready to fight while condensing a blazing fireball in their hands. The pop-up comments were filled with wails. "Oh my god, this bunch of beasts. None of them have less than 25 star slots. We always see powerful figures on the internet. Why are the people around us all imbeciles with 15 or 16 star slots in real life? Who are you calling imbeciles? Do you believe that I can beat you to death in a one-on-one fight? Enough. It's good enough that you're an awakened. Why do you care about how many star slots you have? A bunch of silly dogs." The direction of the bullet comments gradually changed, but this time, Su Ro forgot to control the situation because the scene in front of her was simply too shocking. "Hang in there! Hang in there!" The commander of the Year 2 team yelled again. What was she worried about? Roar. At the next moment, Gao Junwei roared into the sky while the Tang Dao star map on his body appeared vaguely. A dazzling golden star slot was emitting a strong ray of light that seemed to make the world lose its color. Gold quality star technique, roar of fear. The roar made the entire venue fall silent. Even the students who were far away from the battlefield felt flustered and their limbs trembled. The champions of the Year 2 team, who were closest to the battlefield, immediately lost their fighting spirit. At this moment, it was already good that they did not turn around and flee. Clearly, the champions of the Year 2 team had already made sufficient mental preparations because they knew too well about Gao Junwei's gold quality star technique. However, even if they knew about it in advance, it would still be difficult for them to resist it. Life, even life, was so unfair. In front of a rich player like Gao Junwei, ordinary players would never be able to reach Gao Junwei's level no matter how hard they worked. People always said that all roads lead to Rome. Some people would struggle their entire lives to get to Rome. Some people were born in Rome. When you worked hard and wanted to support your family with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, others would have more than 30,000 yuan a day in pocket money. When you were meticulously planning and painstakingly searching for silver quality star beads and star techniques, others would be squandering a bunch of gold quality star beads. The boy in the back row finally threw out the bursting flames, but the other boys seemed to have been severely affected as he staggered backward. His expression, which was originally a little awkward, had already turned into one of fear and trepidation, as if he had just seen a ferocious ghost. "Resist! Resist!" the female commander in the front row yelled. She tried her best to stand firmly and wait for her teammates to support her. However, the plan that they had expected did not take shape. In the end, they had still underestimated the power of the gold quality star technique. The other girl in the front row did not throw out her sword energy. Not only did it fail, but when Gao Junwei roared for the second time, all the Year 2 students, except for the commander, retreated one after another. Their retreat turned into a jog, and then turned into a panicked escape. Not to mention how weak their willpower was, the functions of their star techniques were really that powerful. The dignified Year 2 champion team was utterly defeated just like that. It really made everyone dumbfounded. This was not a battle of the same level at all. Would there really be such drastic changes in the span of just 1 year from Year 2 to Year 3? Or is this just a special case? Did they encounter a rich player? I knew it. You're the only one who doesn't want to get lost. Gao Junwei had been targeting the female commander since the beginning, and the truth was just as he had expected. The other 3 teammates scurried away while the female commander gritted her teeth and persisted. However, what was the point of persisting? Gao Junwei was holding onto the wooden tang sword that was covered with a golden electric current. He slashed it down, and the female commander was forced to retreat several steps. Her entire body was sore and numb, and she could not move her hands to block her face. Chapter 67. Long-tailed scorpion star bead, silver quality, star techniques. 1. Sand thorn. Stirs the sand to form sand thorns. Brass quality, upgradable. 2. Sandball. Consumes a large amount of star power and attaches it to the sand, covering the body with thick sand and hiding in it. Has a certain defensive effect. Lasts for 35 seconds. Silver quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Brass quality and silver quality? A silver quality star bead actually contains 2 star techniques of completely different qualities. The sandthorn was easy to understand. It was a silver quality sandball. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought, wow, that's impressive. This seems to be a defensive star technique. Activates star power to cover my body with sand. Forms an armor of sand. Although the introduction said that it would consume a large amount of star power, it could save my life if used well. Lasts for 35 seconds. On the battlefield, even 1 second could determine the outcome and turn the tide of life and death, let alone 3 or 5 seconds. Did Principal Yin specially prepare it for the medical awakened? Or rather, did he specially prepare it for me? If it were any other medical awakened, they would probably give him a medical star technique like Bell, right? Principal Yin knew that Jiang Xiao already had the star technique Bell. So he took a different approach and gave Jiang Xiao a rather good defensive star technique. This star bead was undoubtedly of silver quality. It had both offensive and defensive properties, but whether one could absorb it would depend on fate. However, that was not a problem for Jiang Xiao, because he could absorb them all. It comes from the Gan province, a dimensional space in the Rig Desert. The long-tailed scorpion star bead can summon sand thorns and sand armor. You can search for its introduction online. I hope it can help you improve your abilities. Principal Yin smiled and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder with an encouraging smile. Principal, my qualifications are too poor. I'm afraid I'll let this silver quality star bead down. Jiang Xiao said gratefully. You know about this type of star bead? Seems like you've done a lot of homework. You may leave. Principal Yin nodded in satisfaction. You were chatting with me just a second ago. Why did you chase me away the next second? I have plenty of time, and I still want to get closer to you. Jiang Xiao did have time because there were still a bunch of students in the audience. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xiao and his team members walked down the podium, and the principal said some words of encouragement that made the students excited. In the camp of Year 1, Class 2, Jiang Xiao had already become the target of public criticism. Silver quality star bead. Long-tailed scorpion star bead. After the principal's introduction, it caused an uproar on campus. Zhu Wen seemed to have realized something as he led Jiang Xiao to the back of the group, trying his best to get out of everyone's sight. The 5-man team gathered once again, but this time they were enjoying the joy of victory. Lu Ku, I'll give his star bead to you when we get back, Jiang Xiao said, giving everyone a great shock. Huh? What did you say? Lu Ku's adorable face was filled with shock as she looked at Jiang Xiao in disbelief. We have an agreement. I'm fighting on your behalf, so the reward is yours, Jiang Xiao said matter-of-factly. Well, my aptitude isn't good. I'm afraid I won't be able to absorb it. Luca gulped. Amused, Jiang Xiao asked, "How can your aptitude be lower than mine?" Everyone in the team was speechless. Well, in terms of aptitude, Jiang Xiao was right. It would probably be difficult to find an awakened with a lower aptitude than Jiang Xiao in the entire world. No, I don't know how to fight. It would be a waste to give it to me, Luca said while waving her hands. Jiang Xiao comforted her. Everyone has to grow up. How can anyone be born to fight? No, Luca said while shaking her head vigorously. It's too expensive. I definitely can't accept it. Why do you care so much? If you really don't want to be an awakened, you can sell this to a business firm to supplement your family's expenses. Didn't you say that your family has wasted a lot of money? Jiang Xiao said firmly. Xiaopi you. Elena looked at Jiang Xiao with a complicated expression. In all fairness, if she were in Jiang Xiao's shoes, she probably wouldn't be able to make such a decision. A silver quality star bead was too tempting for the children who had just entered high school. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "This is what we agreed on. You guys have given me enough support and trust and have done your best to help me achieve my goals. I should also fulfill my promise to you guys." Life was never a one-off deal. Regardless of whether Jiang Xiao was doing it to maintain their relationship or because he really believed in promises, Jiang Xiao's actions could not be erased no matter how many people slandered him. Big Brother Zhu once said, "We have also borrowed the east wind. It is only because of you that we have been able to come this far." Enough. Why are you behaving like a woman too? Boom. Benzo. Duanjing. Collapse. Bajongyu. Vinegar Ox. Ran Qo. Luoi. Better than Lu Tianyin to steal the last? Bei. Delicacies and fantasy alone vinegar would suit. Lie. Zhan Shi Jian is crippled. Invade. Eat shower in Xian. Tuku sang Jun. I heard the principal's introduction, but Jiang Xiaopi, we've really only known each other for a few days. Luca's voice became softer and softer. A person's vision determined many things. For the children at this stage, especially for Luca who came from an ordinary family, a silver quality star bead was really too precious. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "But I've been living for 25 years. Many things in the world have nothing to do with others but myself. I'll take this star bead as supporting the team." Jiang Xiao had already made up his mind to leave. Since the children had helped him so much, he had to leave something for them. Well said. Zhu Wu couldn't help but clap his hands and look at Lu Ke. Give up. He doesn't have any other feelings for you. He's more concerned about keeping his promises. Lu Ke looked at Zhu Wu in bewilderment and wondered, what's wrong with him? Everyone had different perspectives and naturally had different considerations. Zhu Wu clearly liked Lu Ke, and when he saw Jiang Xiao giving Lu Ke such an expensive gift, he felt a little conflicted. However, Jiang Zhao's words made Zhu Wu heave a sigh of relief. It had nothing to do with Jiang Zhao's fondness for Lu Ke, but rather Jiang Zhao's sincerity toward himself. Elena looked at Jiang Xiao silently and thought about how mischievous he was usually, how scheming he was on the battlefield, how ruthless he was towards his enemies, how he treated his friends, and how he kept his promises and constraints to himself. Although Jiang Xiaopi only has 9-star slots, he has so many distinctive characteristics. He'll probably have a lot of friends in the future. If he's lucky enough to enter the Year 3 team, this period of time will probably be the last for the team. Passerby. What a disgusting word. Elena suddenly suggested. Let's take a photo. Let's commemorate our victory. Good idea, haha, Zhu said while laughing heartily. At the same time, a voice sounded from the loudspeaker. The champions of Year 1, please take a break for the time being. The champions of Year 2 and Year 3, please come on stage for an exhibition match. Exhibition match? Isn't it just challenging the school tyrants? If they win this round, there will be rewards too. Lu Ke frantically gestured to everyone. Come on, hurry up. We're going on stage again in a while. Seriously, I should have let you guys rest more. We should fight again tomorrow. Fatty, Lu Buffon, come and help us take a photo. Lu Ke yelled at the communicator. Okay. Lu Buffon ran over smilingly and grabbed Elena's mobile phone before aiming it at the team of 5. Perhaps because she wanted to take care of Lu Ke's short legs, Elena pulled Lu Ku to sit on the ground. In the back row, Zhu was holding on to Zhu Wan with his left hand and holding on to Jiang Xiao with his right hand. He smiled happily. Lu Bufan gently tapped on the screen. Kacha. Chapter 68. Puff. The buzzcut boy is domineering. That's a famous saying in Beijing. Cut the crap and get it over with. Get lost. Even Liao Dong says the same thing. Zondran is caught in the middle, shivering and afraid to speak. Aren't the three northern provinces one province? Why are they divided into regions? Who told you that the three northern provinces are one province? Your geography teacher can't take it anymore. Hurry up and go to school to take a look. On the stage, the teacher said, the champion team of Year 1 has chosen to challenge the champion team of Year 3. Due to the rules, no weapons are allowed in this competition. Gao Junwei casually threw the wooden sword aside and turned to look at the referee. Can we begin? The referee said, I'm waiting for the order too. Hey, the one with the sword. Jiang Zhao's voice suddenly sounded. Gao Junwei froze for a moment and turned to look at Jiang Xiao. He didn't expect Jiang Xiao to talk to him. Of course, there were many things that Gao Junwei didn't expect. For example, he really didn't expect Jiang Xiao to have the guts to come up and get beaten up. Hurry up and spit it out, Gao Junwei said. You won't be able to speak in a while. Jiang Xiao said, I heard that because of your tireless efforts last year, your team missed out on all the glory. Gao Junwei's face immediately turned sullen, and he asked in a deep voice, What did you say? Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, Oh, that's right. We won the final exam in the end, but the teachers were all around, and they didn't dare to play tricks on the team members, right? Gao Junwei clenched his fists, and his body trembled slightly. The teacher on the stage was slightly stunned and turned to look at Principal Yan. The words of the Year 1 student were very serious, and there were many people from other schools present. If word got out, it would be detrimental to the school's reputation. Principal Yin shook his head and said with a smile, Extraordinary talents win. This seems to be another battle full of wisdom. The man in the military uniform said with anticipation, I wonder how they will cooperate this time. Well, come to think of it, there's nothing to worry about in the dimensional space. They can play tricks on whoever they want. Jiang Xiao smiled and looked at Gao Junwei. Am I right? You're courting death, Gao Junwei said in a gloomy voice. His voice was trembling as if he could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. I think it's better if you don't ruin his future here. You've indeed lowered the standards of the school tyrants. You've missed out on so much glory. How did you manage to get into the school tyrants? Jiang Xiao asked. Gao Junwei shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? Oh, Jiang Xiao scratched his head. You've changed your profession to fortune-telling too? Gao Junwei was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. I don't do fortune-telling anymore. I've switched to making keys, Jiang Xiao said with a chuckle. Are you qualified? Gao Junwei was burning with rage and couldn't react in time. I'm not worthy, my ass. Shut up. Jiang Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, you're not worthy. Gao Junwei came to his senses. Was he asking if he was worthy of the school tyrants? The other party questioned how he got into the school tyrants team. Gao Junwei said angrily, How am I not worthy? You? Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked, How many do you have? Puff, ha. Damn it, this buzzcut boy is so talkative. He's so infuriating. Ha. What a great conversationalist. I'm dying of laughter, ha. I percent yin, #%yin. Gao Junwei couldn't take it anymore and dashed towards Jiang Xiao. Beep, beep. The referee whistled intermittently, seemingly overjoyed. The competition has yet to begin. Please return to your team. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Jiang Xiao stepped forward and extended his hand to high-five the Zhu brothers. The eldest brother, Zhu Wan, was rather helpless while the second brother, Zhu Wula, was about to burst into tears as he slapped Jiang Zhao's hand forcefully. Jiang Xiao also took the opportunity to leave an imprint on the two of them. Jiang Zhao's position was in the middle of the T. He took a step back and extended his hand without turning back. Elena looked at Jiang Xiao in exasperation and amusement. She then reached out and patted Jiang Xiao's palm gently. The imprint was put on. Everything was ready. Is it really good for you to provoke him like that? He won't be merciful at all later, Elena said. Do you think he would be merciful? Jiang Xiao humphed and continued. He's our only enemy. Don't bother about the other three standing at the sidelines. Huh? What? Are you sure? The three teammates asked in bewilderment. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, People play themselves to death. Think about it carefully. What kind of person can make himself so miserable that he's deserted by everyone else? By the way, Lil Na, Elena asked, huh? Jiang Xiao said, Blow up his pants. I've been leading his emotions by the nose, and he hasn't absorbed any star beads to replenish himself. If we want to win, we can only fight a battle of attrition. It'd be better if he doesn't have any star beads in his pocket. Blow up his pants, and don't give him a chance to replenish himself. Bursting flames can definitely do that. You can definitely do it. Both parties get ready. The referee exclaimed as he raised the flag. Whoosh! The flag was waved, and the competition began. The battle style of the Year 3 champions was exactly the same as that of the Year 2 champions. The three people at the back did not move at all. Gao Junwei, who could no longer hold it in any longer, took the lead and dashed towards them furiously. His right fist was covered with a rich golden electric current that was rather eye-catching. Facing the Zhu brothers who were standing in front of Jiang Xiao, Gao Junwei dashed forward while hollering, Get lost! Gold quality star technique, roar of fear. The Zhu brothers panicked in an instant, and the two of them, who were full of fighting spirit, suddenly had the intention to retreat. It was simply unbelievable. No matter how determined they were, it was undeniable that they both took a step back and stared at the golden electric current that was flying towards them in horror. Jiang Xiao had already retreated with Elena a long time ago. Suppressing the horror in his heart, he waved his hands continuously and cast 2 rays of blessing on the Zhu brothers. The Flathead brothers tensed up. In an instant, they were in high spirits and their blood vessels surged. Their retreating footsteps also stabilized on the spot. They bowed slightly and made a gesture of letting go. Blessing to break the roar of fear? Does blessing have such an effect? Han Jiangxue had once told Jiang Xiao with absolute certainty that it did. This team had encountered the White Ghouls led by the White Ghoul Witch in the snowfield. Once the light of blessing landed on the White Ghouls, the White Ghouls that were fleeing in all directions would stop in their tracks, as if the negative emotions that lingered in their hearts had been purified. The light of blessing landed on the heads of Jiang Xiao and Elena again. At the same time, Jiang Xiao heard a seductive moan behind his ears. Elena said, Yeah, Jiang Xiao put his hand in his pocket and crushed a White Ghoul star bead. He yelled, Elena! Elena's face flushed, and she hurriedly snapped back to her senses. She then began to condense fireballs in her hands. Seeing that he was about to bump into the two brothers, Gao Junwei couldn't help but holler, I told you to get lost. Gold quality star technique, roar of fear. Whoosh! 2 pillars of light once again shrouded the Zhu brothers. After countless experiences, the 2 brothers snapped back to their senses as quickly as possible. With the sound of the electric current, the person had already dashed over. Shu, the eldest brother, Zhu Wen, subconsciously shielded his vital parts with his hands. The second brother, Zhu Wu, was extremely aggressive. Green glow filled his right hand, and he smashed it out forcefully. Shu, the 2 of them were knocked back by more than 10 steps, their arms dripping with blood. They were in a terrible state, and their bodies were filled with electric currents. They were sore and limp, and their bodies were somewhat out of control. However, the effect of blessing had yet to dissipate, and their bodies were continuously recovering. A fireball flew past the 2 brothers and blasted towards Gao Junwei, who was also staggering backward. That was the repulsive effect of green glow. Rumble! The blazing fireball exploded at Gao Junwei's waist. The group of Year 2 high school students reacted the most violently. Damn it! What happened? Are these a group of Year 1 high school students? Chapter 69. Silver Quality Star Technique, Bursting Flames. Rumble. Sounds of explosions rang out one after another, and a figure was sent flying out of the explosion. It was Gao Junwei. However, although Gao Junwei's clothes were torn and charred, his flesh and blood were still intact. It was because Gao Junwei had activated his star technique in time. Silver Quality Star Technique, Burning Flames. That was the star technique that Xia Yin used the most because she liked to cover her sword with flames. At this moment, Gao Junwei, whose body was covered in flames, was indeed injured by the impact of the explosion, causing him to feel a little dizzy. Gao Junwei endured the pain and flew backward under the huge impact. In the end, he fell to the ground and continuously rolled backward. Gao Junwei, an awakened in the nebula stage, had a certain level of experience in the control of star power. Hence, he could skillfully cover his clothes with star power when using burning flames to cover his entire body, thereby achieving the effect of not burning his clothes. However, that was Gao Junwei's own burning flames, and under Elena's bursting flames, his clothes had already been torn apart. The sharp-eyed students naturally saw the star bead that had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Gao Junwei had no choice but to cover his body with burning flames, at least his lower body. Otherwise, it would be extremely embarrassing to run around naked in front of so many people. Go! Go! Zhu Wen yelled and tried his best to lift his legs, but they didn't seem to listen to him. He staggered forward with his brother, Zhu Wu. Their bodies were still numb, and it was really difficult for them to maintain their form. However, everyone saw the efforts of the two brothers. Although they were running in a crooked manner, they were advancing towards Gao Junwei. As the only damage dealer, Irina immediately condensed another fireball and charged forward after Jiang Shao. It was different from Han Jiangshue's barren wind to control the direction of the enemy. Han Jiangshue had to stand firmly and focus on controlling the direction of the barren wind. However, Elena could run quickly because the star technique, bursting flames, only required her to focus on her hands. Before releasing it, she didn't have to consider the enemy or the direction of the attack. Jiang Shao quickly crushed a star bead in his pocket and waved his hands continuously, after which 2 rays of blessing were cast on the brothers. The 2 of them finally stabilized their footsteps. Of course, the upgraded blessing did have a great effect, but the dissipation of the electric current was the real reason why the brothers regained control of their bodies. Gao Junwei was badly injured by the explosion. He tried his best to turn over, and the torn clothes slowly fell off his body. He tried his best to prop himself up, and he heard a cry of surprise from the audience. That was because the flat-top brothers had already rushed up. The bitter expression on Gao Junwei's face suddenly changed, and a cold smile hung on his lips. He knelt on the ground with his back facing the 2 brothers and quickly condensed a fireball in his hand. Silver Quality Star Technique, Bursting Flames. Gao Junwei also had the star technique Bursting Flames in his star map that consisted of 2 brass quality, 3 silver quality, and 1 gold quality. Xia Yin had once said that the frequency of her using this star technique was very low, and she would only use it when provoking others or when her hands weren't long enough. At this stage, the difference between the Warrior Awakened and the Rules Awakened was not as great as imagined. As the level of star power increased, the awakened of each element would be more certain of their own path. In comparison, the power of the star techniques used by the Warrior Awakened would not be as great as that of the Rules Awakened. Besides, as the quality of the star beads and star techniques increased, the probability of the Warrior Awakened absorbing high-quality Rule star beads would be lower than that of the Rules Awakened of the same level. The shape of the star map would determine the future path of the Awakened and also determine the extent to which the Rules Awakened and melee star techniques would be displayed. Of course, those rules would slowly be reflected as the Awakened grew. At this moment, Gao Junwei, who was covered in flames, perfectly concealed the fireball in his hand. That star technique also had a sneak attack effect. Gao Junwei knelt on the ground with his back facing the 4 people from Class 2, but he was facing the 3 students from year 3. Slightly taken aback, Xiaoyan was about to remind them, but Han Jiangxue pressed her shoulder. The reason why the 3 of them did not participate in the battle was because they were tolerant of Gao Junwei's willfulness, or because they acknowledged Gao Junwei's strength, or because of other factors. However, if Xiaoyan were to remind the students from year 1, the nature of the battle would be completely different. They might as well chop Gao Junwei up with a knife. Li Wei could not bear to see them do that. He admired the courageous and resourceful students. He felt that the conflict between him and Gao Junwei could be resolved during the next mission in the dimensional space. Yes, privately. Although Gao Junwei's selfish and ruthless personality had aroused the dissatisfaction of everyone in the team, Li Wei was clearly the one who had the most obvious conflict with him and was his sworn enemy. Li Wei did not intend to drag Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin into this mess. However, he did not expect that after school started, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin would look for Li Wei and propose a special plan. Li Wei would definitely welcome a medical awakened into the team, even if he was a rookie. Well, how bad can Han Jiangxue's brother be? When Li Wei found out that Jiang Xiaopi only had 9-star slots, he was dumbfounded. There are all sorts of strange things in the world. He initially thought that Han Jiangxue's brother was also a talented genius, but he didn't expect him to be a wastrel. However, since Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were so determined, Li Wei decided to give it a try. During the battle between the Year 1 students, Li Wei felt that Jiang Xiaopi's abilities were not bad. Like those in the know, he knew that Jiang Xiaopi's qualifications were extremely low, but at least his star techniques were embedded and he could still fight. Now, when Li Wei saw the group of Year 1 students fighting desperately for the sake of resolving the conflict between him and Gao Junwei, he really felt a little guilty. Perhaps Li Wei's thoughts were very suitable for Elena now. However, the Zhu brothers didn't think too much about it. What has it got to do with you, Li Wei? The 2 brothers quickly dashed towards Gao Junwei, who was crawling up. Zhu Wu's hand was emitting a rich green glow, and he leaped forward and smashed the back of Gao Junwei's head. Zhu Wen followed beside his brother, and the more he looked at Gao Junwei, the more he felt that something was amiss. All of a sudden, Gao Junwei moved. He turned around and pushed a fireball that he had hidden in front of his chest. Zhu Wen exclaimed in shock, "Xiaowu!" Zhu Wu was completely stunned. The fireball that was coming towards him was emitting a scorching heat. He was probably going to lose his ability to fight after this blow. Silver quality star technique, bursting flames. Its power was not to be trifled with. Even the thick-skinned white ghouls could not withstand it, including Gao Junwei from the School Tyrants. The scene of him getting blown up was still fresh in his mind. Zhu Wu did not have Gao Junwei's defensive power, nor did he have the star technique, burning flame, to resist most of the fire damage. Big Brother Zhu Wen leaped into the air. A green light flashed in his palm as he pushed his second brother Zhu Wu away. Green glow was indeed a divine technique of Beijiang that had risen along with the generations of awakened in Beijiang. Such a repelling effect had infinite uses. However, the 2 brothers were too close to Gao Junwei, and Gao Junwei was way too cunning and smart. At the moment when the 2 brothers flew to the sides, the fireball had already exploded beside them. Rumble. The 2 brothers were completely submerged in the flames of the explosion. Like 2 cannonballs, they were blown to the sides and flew far away. Ah, be careful. Will the Brick brothers be blown to death? Chapter 70. Ah, be careful. Will the Brick brothers be blown to death? Why is the buzzcut boy still rushing in? Is he crazy? Amidst the exclamations of the audience, Jiang Xiao had already arrived. A ray of holy light suddenly descended from the sky and shrouded Jiang Xiao's body. As for Jiang Xiao, he plunged headfirst into the flames of the explosion, charging forward with indomitable will. Before Gao Junwei could stop smiling smugly, a figure dashed out of the flames of the explosion. Under the release of star power, the figure that had curled up into an egg quickly stretched its body and punched Gao Junwei forcefully with a fist that was wrapped in a rich green glow. Gao Junwei's pupils constricted slightly, and he subconsciously raised his fist that was burning with flames. After all, his physique was better than Jiang Zhao's, and his combat awareness was also stronger. He actually managed to react so quickly despite Jiang Zhao's surprise attack. The two fists collided. Gao Junwei's figure was pushed back by the impact, while Jiang Zhao's figure was also smashed back. Silver quality star technique * green glow. Gao Junwei endured the pain in his fist and lost control of his body as he slid backward on the ground. There were even small mounds of soil on both sides of his body. Jiang Xiao was also sent flying back. Elena looked at Jiang Xiao, who was flying back, and frantically extended her left arm to hug him. She turned her body sideways and hugged Jiang Xiao with her left arm while taking a few steps back due to the impact. She then stretched her right arm forward and threw bursting flames at Gao Junwei, who was still sliding backward. Gao Junwei roared angrily and slid backward on the ground while holding his hands in front of his chest. A fireball quickly formed. He threw it at the fireball that was flying towards him. The two fireballs collided. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. None of the people present had expected that the battle that was supposed to be one-sided would turn out to be so exciting. It was a pity that the first spurt of energy would lead to a decline, and the third would be exhausted. The first year's attack was unsuccessful. Gao Junwei was able to stand up very quickly, but the Zhu brothers were severely injured. It was impossible for these kids to win the competition. Wait a minute. What's that sound? Why is it so crisp and pleasant? Is that the crisp sound of a bell? The crowd could not help but exclaim as they looked at the young man, standing behind Elena in shock. Jiang Xiao raised his right hand and a ray of medical light was thrown out, connecting with Elena's tall and slender figure. Ring, ring, ring. Following the direction of the mark, the medical light quickly rushed to the left side of the line and hung on Zhu Wen's body. Ring, ring, ring. The medical light that was emitting a dense glow spread across the entire football field and pierced in his second brother Zhu Wu's body on the right sideline. Ring, ring, ring. The ray of medical light quickly turned back and hung on Jiang Zhao's body. He dashed out again, ignoring Elena and returning to Zhu Wen's body. Ring, ring, ring. Everyone once again saw the medical light that spanned across the entire field, finally landing on Zhu Wu's body. As the bell faded away, the medical light also slowly dissipated. But on this football field, there were spots of white light. A faint luster floated in the air, like a dream or an illusion, and did not disperse for a long time. Such a scene was too beautiful. Gao Junwei struggled to stand up, and as the flames of the explosion dissipated, Gao Junwei's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Zhu Wen and Zhu Wu, who were lying on the border with their lives unknown, were actually slowly healing under their burnt and tattered clothes. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the bell was so crisp and pleasant that it made people feel comfortable. However, in Gao Junwei's ears, it was so hateful and disgusting. A ray of medical light darted out of Jiang Zhao's hand again. This time, it directly hung on Zhu Wen's body on the left sideline before crossing the field and connecting to second brother Zhu Wu's body. This time, the medical light no longer looked for Jiang Xiao or Elena. In fact, it even ignored everyone else in the venue. Gao Junwei, Li Wei, Xia Yin, Han Jiangxue, and even a large group of students standing on a large podium not far away from the football field. The medical light did not look for anyone. Instead, it shuttled back and forth between Zhu Wen and Zhu Wu, healing them back and forth. On the right sideline, the wounds on Zhu Wu's face healed rapidly, and he grabbed the ground forcefully with his large hand before slowly wiping his forehead with his arm. Blood and flesh were wiped off, but the skin that had already healed appeared. Shoo! On the podium, the man in the military uniform stood up abruptly and slammed his hands on the table, staring at the scene in front of him in shock. Are you sure he's really an imbecile with 9-star slots? A freshman in year 1? Awakened at the graduation, ceremony 2 months ago. Has the medical star technique bell been embedded now? That's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is, what kind of bell is that? Can it do whatever it wants and wander around a specific target without healing others at all? Doesn't this kid have a 3-star technique? He definitely has 4-star techniques. Apart from blessing, green glow, and bell, he must also have imprint. Of course, Headmaster Yin was also a knowledgeable person. Of course, he had seen Bell before. He had also seen how powerful Bell was under the guidance of imprint. What he feared the most was that the powerful Bell would hang on the enemy's body and help them heal. Principal Yin couldn't help but wonder, did Dean Gao see wrongly? Doesn't this kid have 3-star techniques? Instead, he lit up 4-star techniques. No, that's not right. Dean Gao is also an experienced awakened who has always been calm and collected. He shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. This kid should have lit up 3-star slots. Here's the problem. This kid must have the star technique imprint. Without the guidance of imprint, Zhang Xiao wouldn't be able to manipulate the medical light so freely. Could it be 2-star techniques in 1-star slot? Such a situation had happened before, but there were very few awakened who were that lucky. Is he really an awakened with 9-star slots? From the beginning to the end, Principal Yin had only heard Dean Gao describe Jiang Zhao's star slots. Up until now, no one had seen Jiang Zhao's star map. He didn't even use his full strength and didn't light up his star map at all. At this moment, Zhu Wen and Zhu Wu, who were on the left side of the sideline, slowly got up. 2 pairs of fierce eyes stared at Gao Junwei, who was gasping for breath. Jiang Xiao put his left hand in his pocket and crushed 2 star beads. At the next moment, rays of white holy light shrouded the 4 of them. Jiang Xiao pushed Elena away with one hand and slowly ran towards Gao Junwei. Zhu Wen, who was on the left, and Zhu Wu, who was on the right, moved their shoulders and ran towards Gao Junwei step by step. The noisy phalanx of students was silent. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. It was as if they were still reminiscing the sweet sound of the bell. Su Ro's face stiffened. There were many bullet screen comments in the live stream on her mobile phone. What did I see? Bell. Medical star technique, Bell, a specialty of Beijiang volcano area. Damn it, did they get blown up like that? They got up just like that? 666-666-666. I saw you on the internet again. Hubby, hurry and come home with me. Stop playing. This is the reason why a medical awakened is valued. This is the value of a medical awakened. He can maximize the endurance of a team. Crazy life extension, big healer, Jiang Xiaopi. Chapter 71. His star power is almost gone, Jiang Xiao said while jogging. His clothes have been blown up and his star beads are scattered over there. He can't replenish his star power. Surround him, don't let him pick up the star beads. It's only a matter of time before we win, Zhu hollered excitedly. Or, can we destroy or pick up these star beads? Jiang Xiao looked at the referee and asked. The judge froze for a moment. Those star beads were Gao Junwei's private property, which was equivalent to a pile of silver. If they were to be destroyed or snatched away, it would seem to be against the style and original intention of the competition. Other formal competitions did not allow the contestants to bring star beads to replenish their star beads, but since it was a competition within the school, the rules were relatively lax. The referee thought about it and decided to stand on the school's side. He waved the flag and said no. Jiang Xiao said, in other words, Gao Junwei is not allowed to snatch our star beads to replenish his star beads. This time, the referee was completely stunned. The questions were one after the other. So this was the kid's real goal? The referee chuckled and said, no. Sure. Jiang Xiao chuckled and cooperated with the brothers to surround Gao Junwei. Gao Junwei was indeed not in a good state. When he fought against the champions of Year 2, he had already used his gold-quality star technique, Roar of Fear, twice. Along the way, he seemed to have been led by the nose by Jiang Zhao's words. He was infuriated by Jiang Zhao's sarcasm and was extremely conceited. Hence, he didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Hence, he had never absorbed any star beads to replenish his star power. There was a difference between gold-quality star techniques. The total amount of star power consumed by Roar of Fear was terrifying. At the beginning of the battle with the champions of Year 1, Gao Junwei used his gold-quality star technique, Roar of Fear, twice. Besides, he had used Charge, Green Glow, Bursting Flames, and Burning Flame on himself. At this moment, he indeed didn't have much astral power to support him. Logically speaking, he could stop using Burning Flame to cover his entire body so that he could save some of his star power. However, his lower body would be exposed. It seemed that he wasn't prepared to run naked in front of the entire school. Gao Junwei retreated step by step and was about to stand side by side with his teammates. Besides, Han Jiangxue and the other two were standing on the sidelines of the soccer field. In other words, if Gao Junwei were to retreat any further, he would be disqualified from the competition. You guys come up and help. Feeling helpless, Gao Junwei had no choice but to look at Han Jiangxue. In the team, it was impossible for him to ask Li Wei for help. Besides, Xia Yin had a bad temper too, and the conflict between them had already been made clear. The only one who wasn't happy or sad was Han Jiangxue, who was more concerned about the overall situation. With a mocking smile, Xia Yin said, "Oh, not going to be the MVP? You don't want a reward? Let's play." Gao Junwei gritted his teeth and barked, "Xia Yin, he had to defeat his opponent first. Let's talk about our matters after we get out of here. Don't disgrace Year 3. Xia Yin stabbed the wooden giant sword that was specially made by the school into the ground and held it in one hand while sneering. Gao Junwei looked at Han Jiangxue and asked, "Commander." Han Jiangxue stared at Jiang Xiao, who was getting closer and closer, and her expressionless face finally relaxed a little. She looked at her brother in satisfaction and said, "Okay, we admit defeat." As soon as she said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. "Wait, admit defeat? Why did you admit defeat?" Gao Junwei yelled loudly. "Why are the three of you standing here and not moving at all? Are you retreating? Why did you admit defeat? Just because he's your brother?" Gao Junwei's words made the noisy field fall silent, and the students looked at the people on the field in shock. Jiang Xiaopi is Han Jiangxue's brother? Is there a story behind this? Did Han Jiangxue not attack him because he's one of them? Did she plan to let her brother win? Su Ro's bullet screen was already filled with curses. I was wondering why the three of them didn't attack. Turns out the toxic healer is her brother. My heart aches for Gao Junwei. Not only does he have to fight a group of people, he even has to be bullied by his teammates. Mother of Asterisk Kerr, those two traitorous bastards. In order to curry favor with the team commander, they even betrayed their teammates. Gao Junwei is the only one struggling. He's indeed a school bully. It's no wonder that the team is at odds with each other. The commander is too domineering. Xia Yin was infuriated as soon as she heard that. Being hot-tempered, she immediately berated, "Gao Junwei, have some shame. You're the one who said that you want to be the MVP and the MVP reward. You're the one who said that you want to teach the Year 1 and 2 rookies a lesson and not let us intervene. Yet, you're blaming us for not attacking?" Gao Junwei retorted, "Can't you see the situation clearly? Don't you know how to help in this situation?" "Huh? Xia Yin stomped her feet in anger. She was dumbfounded by the shameless Gao Junwei. The public opinion on the internet was always one-sided. Puffed, the tables have turned. Haha, you wanted to get the MVP reward, but you didn't let your teammates attack. Now that you've been beaten silly, you're actually scolding us so righteously. Haha, I thought that the Year 1 and 2 rookies were easy to toy with. They met a tough opponent this time. They've been beaten up so badly that they're screaming in pain. All they know is to be unreasonable. They've met a big healer. They failed miserably. They're so greedy. It turns out that they didn't let their teammates intervene because they wanted to be the MVP. You don't let others intervene. Fine, they'll tolerate your willfulness. Now, you're asking others to help you? You can't say that. We're still a team after all, and we're on a life-and-death mission together. We have to help those who should be helped. Why should others pay for your greed and willfulness? Hey, they're all a team. If there's anything, they can go back and solve it. At this juncture, to be honest, we really have to help. It's so embarrassing to admit defeat after being beaten up by a group of Year 1 kids. Let's do something. What's there to do? This is how you should deal with such shameless people. You call this a team? You think you're bullying the rookies, and so you're gloating over the MVP reward. How can you call yourself a teammate? Seeing the farce on the field, the teachers on the podium finally couldn't sit still anymore. A dean coughed in a microphone and said, "Ahem, ahem." Gao Junwei snapped back to his senses and frantically said, "It's fine if you guys don't want to do anything. Throw me 2 star beads, and I'll go up myself." Damn it. A whistle suddenly sounded in front of them. Gao Junwei turned his head slightly. He had been retreating continuously while facing the Year 1 students in front of him. Gao Junwei immediately caught sight of Jiang Xiao, who was whistling, and immediately flew into a rage. Jiang Xiao said, "What made you develop the habit of asking for things just like that?" "You." Gao Junwei's face turned ashen, and he could only spit out a word. He couldn't even form a complete sentence. The Zhu Tu brothers walked forward in a standard attacking posture. Xia Yin sat on the ground and became a spectator. On the other hand, Li Wei slowly retreated towards the corner of the baseline and raised his hands slightly, looking like he was harmless. The scene was rather hilarious. Han Jiangshu aside and said, "We admit defeat." The referee hesitated for a moment and said, "You're the commander of the team. Your words carry more weight than anyone else's. Let me confirm again. Are you sure you want to admit defeat?" Of course, in Han Jiangshu's opinion, Jiang Zhao's performance was already domineering enough. "Are we really going to admit defeat?" Gao Junwei suddenly turned around and looked at her. "Even if you give me a star bead." At this moment, Gao Junwei's feet gave way and he suddenly dashed out. The younger brother got a great shock and thought that Gao Junwei was going to admit defeat. Hence, he let his guard down a little. After all, Gao Junwei actually turned around and revealed such a huge loophole. If the younger brother attacked, he would definitely be deemed to have violated the rules and continue to hit the target while the other party was admitting defeat. Gao Junwei dashed out just like that. The flathead second brother's many years of training made him react subconsciously. He hurriedly put his hands in front of his face. Shoo! Gao Junwei's fist, which was covered in green glow, sent the younger brother flying. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Junwei dashed towards the star beads that were scattered on the ground. Jiang Xiao had been keeping his guard up. Upon seeing this scene, he dashed forward quickly and intercepted Gao Junwei halfway. At the same time, he crushed the star bead in his pocket and put 1 skill point into freehand combat. However, at this moment, he received 2 messages. Freehand combat upgraded. Silver quality level 0. Chapter 72. Ichi stopped him. Zhu Wen also realized that something was amiss and hurriedly rushed to support Jiang Xiao, ignoring Zhu Wu. However, due to the fact that Gao Junwei had chosen Zhu Wu as the breakthrough point, Zhu Wen was the furthest away from Gao Junwei. Jiang Xiao, who was in the middle, managed to stop Gao Junwei first. Next, Zhu Wen saw an unbelievable scene. Jiang Xiao and Gao Junwei were actually fighting so intensely that it was hard to tell who would win. No, because Gao Junwei's star power was almost depleted, Jiang Xiao was even suppressing Gao Junwei. Zhu Wen quickly approached the battle while thinking in bewilderment. What's going on? When did this kid become so strong? Could it be that he has been hiding his abilities all this while? Although Jiang Zhao's freehand combat had only increased by a small level, the accumulation of that amount had resulted in a qualitative change. There was a qualitative improvement from brass quality level 9 to silver quality level 0. Jiang Xiao had forcefully upgraded his basic technique, freehand combat, with his skill points. Hence, at this moment, a large amount of freehand combat information surged into Jiang Zhao's head. Not only did it increase his understanding and knowledge of Chinese boxing, but it also seemed to have unlocked something incredible. What's this? Muay Thai techniques? Compared to the Chinese Sanda that Jiang Xiao learned from Lei Jin, some of the moves did not seem to be much different, and even the movements were almost the same. However, in reality, there were huge differences. A large number of techniques were integrated into Jiang Xiao's mind and body. Jiang Xiao, who had never trained in related techniques before, felt as if he had been immersed in it for a long time. Although it wasn't as thorough as when he was in school, the most basic moves were still very solid. It was better to be proficient in one than to have a rough understanding of 10. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was filled with regret. He had never expected that the scope of unarmed combat would be so broad. When there was a qualitative improvement in the quality of his freehand combat, it gave him something related to Muay Thai instead of further study on the skills that Jiang Xiao had already learned. Jiang Xiao, who was a little confused, stopped Gao Junwei, and his brain seemed to be unable to keep up with his body's rhythm. He allowed his body to react continuously, and his style became extremely ruthless. His entire aura changed. Leg? Why do I want to raise my leg now? Shouldn't I obviously punch now? Gao Junwei kicked at him. While Jiang Xiao was feeling conflicted, he dodged and did not punch. Instead, he swept his leg at the side of Gao Junwei's knee. Gao Junwei's body tilted abruptly, but Jiang Xiao didn't react according to common sense at all. He didn't raise his arm to defend himself or distance himself from Gao Junwei. He had no intention of waiting for the next round at all. At the moment when his leg landed on the ground, his consecutive movements did not give Gao Junwei any time to react at all. In fact, Jiang Xiao didn't even have time to react at all. Instead, he took the opportunity to throw a right punch. Have you been lying to me all this time? The crew-cut brother rushed into the battle like a raging bull, and Gao Junwei, who had little star power, had no way to fight back. If only someone could help him recover some of his energy, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. Jiang Xiao didn't have time to answer her at all. After a few rounds, Jiang Xiao, who had mastered a large number of techniques, felt much more comfortable. His movements also became more skillful. He watched as Zhu Wen's green glow punch landed on Gao Junwei's elbows. Not only did Gao Junwei stagger a few steps back, but he also leaned his upper body back slightly and spread his arms wide to control his balance. At this moment, Jiang Xiao moved. He leaped forward abruptly, and his left leg was covered in rich star power. He dashed forward, and the overflowing star power under his left leg blasted a hole in the soft turf. Jiang Xiao took off. Jiang Xiao arched his right leg and moved his knee upwards before dashing forward. That knee kick was extremely fast and ruthless. From the bottom to the top, it directly hit Gao Junwei's chest, which was wide open. Everything happened too quickly, and everything was settled in the blink of an eye. In fact, Jiang Xiao's knee was aimed at Gao Junwei's jaw, but he seemed to have some problems with the use of his star power during the specific operation. Jiang Xiao was dashing diagonally upwards, but he didn't reach high enough, and the impact was stronger. Whoosh! There was a loud sound, but no screams could be heard. Jiang Xiao was still dashing forward with his knee raised. He flew at a low altitude and pressed his knee against Gao Junwei's chest before flying backward with Gao Junwei. Green glow also took effect at this moment. No matter how fast Jiang Xiao was, Gao Junwei was still sent flying. Amidst the exclamations, Jiang Xiao landed steadily on the ground and looked at Gao Junwei, who had fallen in front of him. Jiang Xiao actually dashed forward again. Last hit, last hit, last hit. Important things have to be repeated 10,000 times. Jiang Xiao finally returned to his true self. Looking at Gao Junwei, who was lying on the ground, Jiang Xiao took 2 steps forward and stomped on the ground again. His entire body flew out horizontally, and his right elbow was stained with a dense green glow. Jiang Xiao's signature move, last hit. It came from the resentment he had towards every character in the movies and dramas who failed to do the last hit. It was the masterpiece of hundreds of movies and dramas that gave the audience resentment. There were 10,000 ways to do the last hit, but that was Jiang Zhao's favorite. Damn it, I'm going crazy. It's so damn satisfying. This strength, this grasp of timing, this reaction speed, these are all basic skills. 666666666. Who the hell told me that he's a healer? The referee did not have the awareness of being a spectator. Unlike the students, he did not have a sense of immersion and did not think that it was impressive for a Year 1 student to defeat a member of the Year 3 school tyrants. He dutifully blew the whistle. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Xiao, who was flying horizontally and falling rapidly, was startled when he heard the whistle. He hurriedly dissipated the green glow on his elbow. However, the angle and speed. Jiang Xiao hurriedly spread his arms and wanted to press them against the turf on both sides to reduce the impact. However, he still pounced in a Gao Junwei's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. So, he still loves him after all. Look, he's lying on top of him, and the two of them are gliding on the green turf. It's so romantic. To be honest, when he pounced on him without a care for anything else, a million words were written in my head. This might be true love. Huh? Streamer? I'm screwed. I can't see it anymore. Streamer, why are your hands trembling? Hurry up and pick up your phone. It fell on the ground. Huh? Why did the screen turn black? Has the live stream been banned? I want to see the script. Stop bragging. The three of them didn't even fight at all. The Year 1 brats could only win because of their internal conflict. How embarrassing. The battle of the highest honor in school turned out to be a joke. How embarrassing for Beijiang. You didn't say that when your idol, Gao Junwei, challenged the Year 2 students alone. Didn't you keep saying that Gao Junwei was impressive just now? Why aren't you allowing him to fight one-on-one now? It's good enough that he can defeat one of them. Look at the bunch of rookies in Year 2. They didn't even last a single round and ran away after being roared at. Sob, sob, sob. Jiang Xiaopi. Why did you fall into the arms of another man? I'm so jealous. I'm so angry. Bless you. The impact was too great, and the turf was a little slippery. Jiang Xiao and Gao Junwei were like soccer players who had scored a goal as they slid on the ground continuously. The scene was rather comical. Elena, who had been watching the battle, happened to be in the path of the two of them. She raised her foot and stepped on Gao Junwei's shoulder, which finally made the two of them stop. Elena leaned down and reached out with a smile on her face. She then pulled Jiang Xiao up. Su Ro had just picked up her mobile phone and happened to catch the scene. Turns out he's just a means of transportation. Is the means of transportation okay? A means of transportation to another woman. I thought there was true love in this world. Remember, this is your brother. For the sake of your happiness, he can sacrifice everything and even become a skateboard. Yes, a good brother is like a pair of underwear. Regardless of the ups and downs, he will cover for you. In the arena, Han Jiangxue confirmed again. We admit defeat. As soon as she said that, everyone cheered. Chapter 73. Character, Jiang Xiao 1. Star Map, Big Dipper, Stardust Stage, Level 52. Star Technique, 1. Blessing, Silver Quality 2. Decoy, Silver Quality 3. Green Glow, Silver Quality 4. Endurance, Silver Quality 5. Bell, Silver Quality Level 1. 6. Imprint, Silver Quality Level 13. Basic Technique, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Silver Quality Level 0. 2. Star Power Abundance, Brass Quality Level 3. 3. Dagger Mastery, Brass Quality Level 54. Skill Points. 6. After successfully challenging the school tyrants, Jiang Xiao obtained a total of 3 skill points, which could be considered a huge windfall. Ever since freehand combat reached silver quality, 1 skill point was no longer enough for him to advance by 1 small level. 10 skill points were needed for him to advance by 1 small level. 100 skill points were needed for freehand combat to reach gold quality. Jiang Xiao accepted it. Besides, he didn't plan to use the skill point for the time being. He knew that he now had plenty of time to work hard and train himself well so that he could improve his skill level independently. The three members of Jiang Zhao's team once again received the star beads rewarded by the school. Needless to say, the reward for challenging the school tyrants this time was much more generous than the reward for winning the Year 1 championship. This time, the Zhu brothers and Elena all received star bead from the Liger Desert in Gan Province. Jiang Zhao had never heard of the Zhu brothers' star techniques, but he knew Elena's star bead too well. Fair and wind. Han Jiangxue had that star technique, and it was extremely powerful. He wondered if the Zhu brothers and Elena could successfully absorb the star technique. Due to Jiang Zhao's insane performance on the battlefield, he finally surpassed the Commander Zhu 1 and was named the MVP of the competition. However, Jiang Zhao did not receive the corresponding star bead. As a reward, he was directly thrown into Year 3. Yes, Jiang Zhao got what he wanted and skipped a grade to enter Year 3 Class 1. It was also a reward that played a vital role in Jiang Zhao's future development. Now that his teammates had changed, he had a higher starting point. Jiang Zhao also secretly gave the silver-quality long-tailed scorpion star bead to Lu Ku. The 5 members of the team once again went to the alley opposite the school and had a buffet of hot pot. It was considered a celebration banquet and also a farewell banquet. However, there was no need to be so sad. After all, everyone was still in the same school. In this short period of time, the team had established a deep friendship. They also maintained a WeChat group, so they would never stop contacting each other. To put it more realistically, even if the members of the team put aside their deep friendship, they would still get along well with Jiang Zhao. On one hand, Jiang Zhao was an extremely powerful medical awakened at this stage. No one was a fool. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao was about to skip a grade and enter Year 3. There were no disadvantages to befriending such a student. Besides, Jiang Zhao had joined the team of school tyrants. For those who came from relatively ordinary families, the feeling of having someone to protect them was definitely great. Jiang Zhao entered Year 3 of high school. Although he was awarded the title of MVP on the surface, he was accepted as an exception. However, in reality, most of the members of the school tyrants team had jointly petitioned. Xia Yan, Han Jiangxue, and Li Wei had all spoken to the school leaders and made a request. They used the reasons of team harmony, bringing glory to the school, and Jiang Zhao's ability and performance to finally fight for their rights. Among them, the parents of the Li family were the most resolute, and Li Wei's words were also the most ruthless. He said, "I'm not afraid of the enemies in front of me when I enter the dimension with Gao Junwei. I'm afraid of the so-called teammates behind me." On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's medical abilities had indeed been recognized by the school. They also felt that the configuration of 2 melee awakened, 1 rules awakened, and 1 medical awakened would allow them to perform better in various competitions in the future and build a good reputation for Jiangbin High School. Jiangbin High School was under a lot of pressure, but for the sake of the school's interests, they still made the decision to change the team members. The only thing that made Jiang Zhao a little upset was the additional condition that the school imposed for him to stay in school for 3 years. It was as if they wanted to exploit Jiang Zhao's value and ensure that he would represent the Year 3 students of Jiangbin High School every year. In other words, although Jiang Zhao had skipped a grade and entered Year 3, he would have to stay in Year 3 for 3 years. That's going to drive me crazy, isn't it? 3 years in Year 3. The mere thought of it was terrifying. At this juncture, Jiang Zhao dared not have any objections. He knew what his real purpose was, and that was to send Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan away safely and steadily. He wanted to send them to the university of their dreams and walk out of the snowy Beijiang province towards the eastern coast or to the center of Huaxia, where there were more opportunities. He wanted to embark on a wider path. As for himself, well, I'll just study first. Anyway, I'm still young, and it's fun to fool around in the fish pond. I have so many skill points, too. In his previous life, Jiang Zhao was also a hardworking person. He had been working in a second-tier city in the south of Huaxia. He didn't have much yearning for the life of a big city. There were pros and cons to each. Anyway, he had limbs and could survive anywhere. Although Jiang Zhao only had 9 star slots, The children would at most be in the nebula stage at this stage. Even if Jiang Xiao couldn't acquire any star techniques in the future and break through the nebula stage, the star techniques that he currently had were already very powerful. The key was that Jiang Xiao's combat skills were not bad. Like father, like son. To a certain extent, Jiang Xiao's dead parents became a shield. There were too many things that were difficult to explain. Once he explained that Jiang Xiao's parents were from the Wasteland Reclaimers, everything would be solved. Silver quality, star, technique, blessing? Where did such a rare thing come from? Oh, his father is from the Wasteland Reclaimers. Silver quality, star, technique, green glow? Where did such a rare thing come from? Oh, his mother is from the Wasteland Reclaimers. This kid is only 16 years old. Why is he so good at fighting? Did he start practicing since he was young? Oh, his parents are from the Wasteland Reclaimers. With the successful end of the Year 1 military training, Jiang Xiao returned to his dormitory amidst all sorts of discussions. He sorted out his emotions. With the Zhu brothers' blessing and Elena's and Lu Ke's encouragement, Jiang Xiao was going to embark on a new journey tomorrow. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiao took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo in a bid to upload the photo of him winning the championship of Year 1 to record his life. However, as soon as he opened Weibo, he discovered that there were a ton of messages. So many private messages? So many messages? What's all this nonsense? Oh my god, didn't I only have 30-odd zombie fans? Why did the number of fans increase to more than 2,000? Bunhit Dog Army is here to observe the buzzcut boy. Hey, that little monk actually dared to seduce my Bunhit Dog goddess? Is he tired of living? Daddy, did you see the private message? I'm still waiting for you in Ward 302 of Hongqi Canal Hospital in Jiangbin City. I need you. Jiang Xiaopi, I love you. I don't have enough milk recently, and my child has been crying all the time. Xiaopi, hurry and give me a blessing. Just say it verbally. Smiley emoji. Those were all private messages. The original Weibo post was the one with Elena's blurry back and Jiang Xiao leaning against her long legs. There were even more comments under it, discussing the pros and cons of foreign women and Chinese women. The comments were all out of sorts. Jiang Xiao's first Weibo post, which was when he first arrived in this world, was a Weibo post about tricking Han Jiangxue to go home early at night. It was filled with people calling him brother-in-law. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought to himself, wow, that's impressive. I'm famous? Was the next step going to be taking on advertisements? After thinking about it, Jiang Xiao posted the photo of the 5 champions together with the following words, "Champions." To his surprise, someone replied to his post 20 seconds after it was posted. Jiang Xiao opened the message and took a look. The following was a barrage of messages. Brother-in-law, good evening. Help me take care of your sister. Brother-in-law, why aren't you asleep yet? The buzzcut boy is the champion. Stay away from those bewitching sluts in the future. Love you, Mwax. Why are all 3 messages preceded by the word little? After a while, the messages came one after another. Fisherman, sleep early and don't post too much on Weibo. The sound of my phone alerts will wake me up. Hong Yin, Jiang Xiaopi, you're the best. Don't listen to your sister's nonsense. Everything you do now is right. I love you so much. I'll fight your sister together with you in the future. Chinese citizen Elena. Champions, hurry and look at the WeChat group. Second brother is confessing to her. Jiang Xiao scratched his head out of habit. Of course, he knew who he should help. Jiang Xiao clicked on Hong Yin and replied, I don't love you, I despise you. Hong Yin, do you have a death wish? Yeah, that's how Xia Yin normally speaks. 59, Tulong Street. I seem to have heard my heart breaking. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Chapter 74. Hey, I heard that Gao Junwei and his younger brother, who's in year 1, transferred to another school together. Huh, he's just courting death. Apart from a few lackeys who are always around him, no one else in the class cares about him. Speaking of which, Han Jianshu's younger brother is really strong. Why do I feel that he's even stronger than the medical awaken of our cohort? Don't you know who his parents are? Okay, stop talking about it. Don't you guys know how Han Jiangxue treats her classmates? She's so nice to you guys, yet you guys are still gossiping about her behind her back. How is she nice? She hasn't said a word to her in 2 years. Is there something wrong with your brain? She saved your entire team in the snowfield last year, didn't she? Bro, you remembered wrongly. She didn't save my team, but Sue Rowe's team. I'm not in the same team as her. Don't talk about her parents. You know the exact situation of her family. As Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan entered the classroom, the buzz of discussion stopped abruptly. At the same time, in the teaching block of Year 1 and Year 2, Director Gao, handed Jiang Xiao over to a middle-aged female teacher bitterly. He watched with great reluctance as the promising Year 1 student left for Year 3. The management of Jiangbin High School was rather detailed, and Director Gao was in charge of the Awakened in Year 1. To his surprise, he didn't even have the right to look down on Jiang Xiao. Instead, he skipped a grade and ran away. The middle-aged woman was about 165 centimeters tall, and her hair was combed neatly into a bun at the back of her head. She was dressed in a black suit and looked mature and capable. On the way from the teaching block of Year 1 to the teaching block of Year 3, the middle-aged female teacher conducted a thorough check on Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao really felt that he should use the word check because the way the teacher spoke made him feel that he was a criminal suspect and she was a police officer. She was said to be the head teacher of Year 3 Class 1, and her name was Yi Lanxiang. Listen to this name. How fragrant. However, Teacher Yi was the head teacher who was mainly in charge of the cultural lessons and was non-awakened. Due to the uniqueness of the awakened students and the unique national examination method for the awakened students would have 2 head teachers. Awakened students would have 2 class teachers. One of them was the traditional class teacher, while the other was more inclined to be a coach. One of the 2 head teachers was in charge of internal affairs, while the other was in charge of external affairs. One focused on book knowledge, while the other focused on actual combat training. The contents of the Awaken exam were relatively rich. There were theoretical and professional knowledge assessments, individual assessments, and team assessments. The individual assessment was not dangerous, and it was just a physical examination and assessment of the star power level. However, it was a mandatory target for some colleges and universities to recruit students. The real danger lay in the team assessment. The team test was a real fight. It was divided into several levels, and they could choose to fight the examiner or dimensional creatures. The safest opponent was, of course, the human examiners. At the very least, they wouldn't really kill you. But on the contrary, your score may not be very high. If you were confident that you wouldn't fight the examiner and chose to fight the more dangerous dimensional creatures, the officials would also provide dimensional creatures of different danger levels. They could even provide dimensional zones of different danger levels. Choosing different opponents would result in a huge difference in the final score. The examiner would evaluate a person's role in the team based on the competition's opponents and the team's performance, and then give a score. For the team assessment, no matter how impressive or talented one would still have to find 3 members to make up the number. Only a team of 4 would qualify for the team assessment. China didn't seem to advocate individual heroism. Even if one was an extreme individual heroist, they would have to have a team first and then show their abilities in their own team. Of course, one wouldn't have to worry about not having enough members. The school would adjust the personnel and allocate resources to protect the rights and interests of the students as much as possible. In fact, the team that would accompany one for 3 years would basically be finalized when they first entered Year 1. The teachers in Year 1 had to shoulder heavy responsibilities that weren't much easier than the teachers in Year 3. After all, the teachers in Year 1 would consider various factors and put together the limited resources so that a team of 4 could display the chemistry effect. The teachers in Year 1 would finalize the list of students before the end of the first semester of Year 1. Unless there was a major accident, such a lineup would basically be maintained until the college entrance examination. It was all for the sake of the final exam. Even if one was unruly, powerful, and look down on the people around them. If one wanted to further their studies in university, they would have to write the words team first on their faces before the college entrance examination. Even if they had to pretend that they were very sociable. Besides, it was not enough to just pretend. One had to highlight one's value and role in the team as much as possible. The important thing was what one could bring to the team. There was a reason why it was called a team assessment, the so-called final exam. Once he passed this hurdle and entered university, everything would be much more relaxed. However, due to the fact that the education system and the ideas that had been instilled throughout the years, the honor of the team competition was far more valued than the honor of the individual competition, even in university. All of that was rather far away from Jiang Xiao. At this moment, the wooden door of the classroom in front of him was the closest thing to him. Year 3, Class 1. Wow, that's impressive. I actually managed to sneak into the elite class with a total of 9-star slots. How am I supposed to explain this? The crux of the problem was that Jiang Xiao was not there to strive hard for himself, but to help the 3-school bullies sail away. Regardless of what the future held, Jiang Xiao had already achieved success and recognition by being able to make it this far. As soon as he entered the classroom, everyone looked at him, and Jiang Xiao felt a little uncomfortable. It was not that Jiang Xiao felt uncomfortable being stared at by the seniors. After all, Jiang Xiao had also experienced major events, and the entire school had their eyes on him. Hence, he did not hold back at all. Besides, the so-called seniors were all younger siblings who were 6 or 7 years younger than him. The problem was, the awakened class was a little different from the class that Jiang Xiao used to attend. When Jiang Xiao was in high school, a desk was meant for 2 people. However, there were only 24 students in the awakened class in the first place, and there were only 24 tables in the spacious class. There was no bustling atmosphere at all. When Jiang Xiao was in school, there were a total of 50 to 60 students in each class. It was extremely lively, and some students were almost sitting on the podium. Looking at the classroom in front of him, he felt that it was too quiet. The desk mate that he dreamed of was gone too. He didn't even have a desk mate, not to mention borrowing half a piece of eraser from you. He could do whatever he wanted with his long hair. Besides, Jiang Xiao was now living alone in a 6-person dormitory. The bed in the dormitory was also a bedboard with a study desk below it. He could forget about having a brother who slept on the upper bunk. If he were to sleep on the upper bunk, he would have to sleep against the ceiling. The brother who gave him a cigarette was also delusional. Jiang Xiao was the only one in the entire dormitory, and he didn't even have anyone to talk to. Jiang Xiao lamented in his heart, and thought to himself, I still can't get my dream back. However, although the classroom was no longer crowded, there were no more brothers on the upper bunk. However, there were stacks of books on the desk that the form teacher had specially left for Jiang Xiao. There were 2 stacks of books on it. It was all right. At least some things hadn't changed. Okay. Chapter 75. This is a new classmate in our class, Jiang Xiaopi. I think you guys already know him. Teacher Yi pulled Jiang Xiao to her side and said, he's younger than you guys. You guys have to be more aware and take care of Jiang Xiaopi. Don't worry. Teacher, we have to take care of him. Our class finally has a healer. This time, we don't have to go to the school doctor for any injuries. Yes. We don't have to beg the guy from the next class. Makes sense. A few days ago, my stomach wasn't feeling well, and I wanted to ask him to give me a blessing. Guess what? He actually asked me to give him 2 cartons of pure milk and said that he would only be able to recover after drinking milk. Yi Lanxiang slammed her palm on the podium and yelled, Shut up. Yi Lanxiang looked at Jiang Xiao and pointed at the seat by the window in the second last row. You don't have to introduce yourself. Go sit there and tidy up your books. Jiang Xiao remained silent obediently and strode down. Keywords: middle-aged, female, form teacher. When these 3 words were put together, they were basically invincible. Jiang Xiao didn't dare to go head-on with Yi Lanxiang. She was injured. He had lost his life. Jiang Xiao quickly sat down in his seat. It was a good spot in the field, as it was near the window. Besides, it was the second last row. However, it wasn't a perfect position, because Han Jiangxue was actually sitting behind him. Jiang Xiao didn't know that Han Jiangxue had deliberately asked Yi Lanxiang to sit beside him. Han Jiangxue was 178 centimeters tall, but she wasn't the tallest in the class. There were plenty of boys and girls who were taller than her. However, with the help of the top student, Halo, Han Jiangxue managed to convince the teacher to sit behind Jiang Xiao. At this moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt like a parent was accompanying him in class. No, it's not a feeling. It's an ironclad fact. Besides, she's not just accompanying him for one class or one day, but for an entire year. Year 3 of high school is tough, brother. It's tough. While packing up his books, Jiang Xiao quietly scanned his surroundings. When he came down just now, he saw the girl in front of him. She was dressed in her school uniform and had a ponytail. Jiang Xiao wondered if she had makeup on. For a man like Jiang Xiao, if he couldn't tell if they had makeup on, he would treat them as if they had no makeup on. When he sat behind her, Jiang Xiao discovered that although she had a ponytail and looked like a student, her ponytail was curled. He couldn't tell if she was wearing makeup or not, but he could tell at a glance that she had a perm. She would probably look very beautiful after her hair was spread out. Huh, Miss is a little fashionable, right? A cold voice came from behind him. Every school will rush the teaching schedule in advance. By the time the students are in their first and second year of high school, they will have basically finished all the courses for the third year of high school. Jiang Xiao paused in his action of tidying up the desk and did not respond. Han Jiangxue said calmly, during the entire semester of year 3, the teachers will lead the students to review all the lessons from year 1 to year 3. There will be a total of 3 rounds of review. In other words, the teachers will repeat the lessons 3 times, and they will be talking about the key points. You'll be able to catch up if you don't play on your mobile phone. Jiang Xiao. Hello, Jiang Xiaopi. The young lady, sitting in front of him, suddenly leaned back against her chair. She turned her head slightly and whispered, I'm Su Ro. Hello, Jiang Xiao replied politely. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything and simply lowered her head to read her book. Can I ask you for a favor? Su Ro asked softly. What's the matter? Jiang Xiao looked at the girl's side profile in bewilderment and thought, she's rather beautiful. My stomach hurts a little. Can you help me heal it? Su Ro's face was slightly flushed, and her voice was getting softer and softer. Jiang Xiao heard her intermittently. Although he didn't catch the second half of the sentence, he had already heard the first half. Stomach hurts? Jiang Xiao leaned forward slightly and asked softly, Stomach or stomach? My relatives are here. My stomach hurts a lot, Su Ro muttered softly. Jiang Xiao immediately understood what she meant. I'm a medical awakened, yet Belle can't cure this symptom. She's not injured, anyway. Blessing is the correct solution that can cure all illnesses. The teacher is still in class. Let's talk about it after class. The beam of light is too eye-catching, Jiang Xiao replied softly. It hurts too much, Su Ro said while gasping. Her voice was so gentle and weak that it made one's heart ache. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, Ask for leave to go to the toilet. I'll ask for leave too. I don't want to stand up. It hurts a lot, Su Ro said. This. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and a layer of white light slowly appeared on his left hand. He then stuck it to the bottom of the window on the left and leaned against the wall. Su Ro retreated from her chair and felt Jiang Xiao's palm on her left waist. I know you're all very special, but the cultural exam is no different from the other students. On the podium, homeroom teacher Yi scolded them. You are already in the 3rd year of high school. Don't you know how to study? Your time is going to be taken up by the field mission. There's not much time left for you. I know you guys. Okay, a comfortable nasal voice suddenly sounded from the middle of the class near the window. Yi Cece froze for a moment and turned around abruptly. She had been reprimanding the students who didn't study hard just now. The students near the window had good grades, so she didn't look in their direction. She didn't expect that someone would dare to interrupt her when she was reprimanding the students. Yi Cece only saw Su Ro holding her stomach and lying on the small desk, while Jiang Xiao was still tidying up his books. Jiang Xiao seemed to have noticed that the teacher had stopped reprimanding him. He raised his head and looked at the teacher. He hurriedly stopped tidying up his books and sat down obediently while looking at the teacher obediently. Yi Cixi was confused. What happened just now? Who made that sound? It should be Su Ro. Was she sick? Although this girl liked to play tricks and broadcast live, her grades were not bad. She listened to the teacher every time. Yi Cixi hesitated for a moment but didn't say anything in the end. She turned around and looked at the two boys on the right. You two. Last night, the English teacher called me and said that you two were in class. Yi Cixi instantly shut her mouth and turned to look in the direction of the sound. She saw Su Ro lying on the table dizzily and asked with concern, Su Ro, are you feeling unwell? Comfortable. It's too comfortable. Su Ro muttered subconsciously and suddenly snapped back to her senses. No, I'm much better. Teacher, thank you for your concern. I can persist in class and won't disturb the students anymore. Yi Cixi nodded and said with relief, go and see the school doctor after class. Falling sick at this time will affect your learning. Okay, Teacher Yi, Su Ro answered with a nod. Yi Cixi's expression softened a lot. At the same time, the bell rang outside the corridor. Classy glared fiercely at the two students leaning against the wall on the right, turned around, and walked out in her high heels. Ro, how do you feel? The female student on the other side of Su Ro's seat asked softly. Su Ro nodded with a blush. Impressive. My Jiang Xiaopi. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.